This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin FREAKIN.
Ass hairs flowing in the wind is the only way we do things around here.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Ass hairs out against authority. I'm in a mood. Hollywood Hulk Hogan came up here. Hollywood Hulk Hogan at 69 came up in here saying they're fucking rocked up with shit all sipping on that gallon of PCP with ass hairs flowing in the fucking wind. Okay, Warlord is talking about a picture I just sent him that has a story. I guess Warlord thought it was going to be the meme of the day. No. I sent him the picture so I could tell the story on the stream because it's a funny story. As I was seeing that picture, which is not a frog, by the way. As I was seeing that picture, I saw this meme and I'm like, oh, I got this saved on my phone. I want to use it. The placenta poachers? Do you know what placenta is? Do I know what placenta is? Because if it means what I think it means, why are people coming to get the liquid that comes out with a baby being born from you? Why are they poaching placenta? I mean, I like the alliteration, but the notion has just boggled my mind. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe placenta doesn't mean what I think it means. I'm pretty sure, because I've done stories about how some nut job women eat their fucking placenta after the baby is born. It's an organ? I didn't even realize it was considered an organ. I thought it was just some sort of like liquid. Birthing sac. Sounds like a good explanation. We just keep learning things on the show. That's what we do here. The placenta is an organ that develops in the uterus during pregnancy. The structure provides oxygen and nutrients to a growing baby. It also removes waste products from the baby's blood. The placenta attaches to the wall of the uterus, and the baby's umbilical cord arises from it. Nasty. I didn't say water. I said liquid. I have no children's. I don't like children's. Fuck children's. Oh. I didn't see anybody say anything about water. I'm sorry, Meaty Winch. But not literally fuck children. No. That would be bad. Don't be like the church. My God. Have there been so many people in my YouTube video about the woman, a paid activist, calling a drag queen all sorts of names. A person just keeps commenting is like, he had his ass hanging out. And I'm like, those are skin-colored leggings. No ass hanging out at all. The entire body was covered. Cancel Justin. Justin needs to learn to feel embarrassment for the things he says. ZXCgenid, what is up? Hey, if Texas wants to secede from the Union, okay, go be your own. You wouldn't be your own state, you'd be your own country. That's how stupid people in Texas are. Goddamn. We want to be our own state. No, you mean you want to be your own country, dumb fuck? You're already your own state. So there is a lot that Texas would that would cause Texas to fail, but the one thing Texas has going for them is they are indeed like the third largest economy in the country right now. They have overtaken Illinois. This is pre-pandemic statistics. I don't know how things have shaken out, but like a couple of years ago, they had overtaken Illinois for economic output. I don't have one in here. Would you like me to go find a cat that doesn't usually make an appearance? So I'm going to have to go find a cat. But Texas has overtaken Illinois as one of the largest economies in the country. So, but if you look at the statistics, they're still way behind New York and California. As Media Winch pointed out, California is like the 5th largest in the world if it was its own country. Rare cat. See, it's not a secret rare cat. It's just that, you know, there's my housemate's cats and then there's my cats. And my cats are usually here in my area. I make no promises that you're gonna be seeing another, because like one, Dorothy, sweet as fuck, itty bitty kitty. She just doesn't like to be picked up. I could bring her in here, but she ain't gonna like it, and she would give me a really hard time. Alice doesn't like to be picked up at all, and she will be very mean. I can pick Sunshine up, but Sunshine's the big hoss of a cat. So, like, there's really only one option I have in terms of the housemate's cats. Speaking of the housemate, before I go find you a cat, I will deliver on cat promise. This is the picture Warlord was referring to. As you can see, it's a rat. This is the ceiling right above the coffee maker in the kitchen. The hole in the ceiling was put there by Maynard. My cat, Maynard. You guys will remember a couple months ago, Maynard got loose and was up in the ceiling. Maynard almost fell through the ceiling in that spot and made a hole right above the coffee maker in the kitchen. Negan, what's up, my friend? So this morning, not really morning, my housemate works nights. She's at work right now. I have adopted pretty much her schedule, but also I'm kind of a night owl anyway. So this morning, which was 3:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever it was, whenever I got up to go, usually I'll make coffee, but she had actually left a cup from like earlier today, so I just drank the leftover coffee. As I go to get my coffee this morning, unbeknownst to me, there is a rather sinister looking rat peeking out from the hole that Maynard had made in the ceiling. So after the initial shock, because, you know, not high, very sleepy Justin, just took a morning piss, comes out of the bathroom and goes into the kitchen and sees a fucking rat hanging out of the hole. Justin had a little bit of an episode. Oh yeah, that's it. We have 6 cats here. There are mice, but they, when we see them, they're usually not intact, or if they're alive, they are being played with. But like as soon as I realized, like, okay, that's not a rat. Let me find out what this actually is sticking out from the ceiling, and I'm like, no, it is a rat, but it's a plastic rat. And it's part of the Halloween decorations, because the housemaid is really into Halloween, and it's been Halloweeny around here for like 2 months. Now, cats have come in here. There were no cats in my room when the show A Cat was activated, but cats are in here now. I'm going to grab the first one I come across. Uh-oh, they're running. They're running. This is Sunshine. Sunshine. Sunshine is very fluffy. Cat that doesn't usually make an appearance on stream. Yeah, I need to say hey to everybody. Tones, Cicero, RB, Media Winch. Oh, we're zooming in on Brandon over here. Nobody wants that.
Come on, man.
Warlord, Girl of the Gray. Love you guys so much. Negan, Hollywood, Hulk Hogan. Brother. Ida, Clinically Insane. The DM Hoffland. The DM Hoffland said Illinois is one of the poorly run states next to Mississippi. Texas is a disaster because of their lack of income tax. I mean, we were specifically talking about like GDP at the time, so I would want to see where, you know, what metric are you using to say that Illinois is poorly run? As far as I know, it ranks pretty high up there with most states when it comes to the metrics like education. I mean, my friend sitting in Tennessee. I just lived in Alabama for 7 years. You want to talk about poorly run states? Chris Hemsworth playing Hulk Hogan. Has that come out yet? Oh, it's you. Oh my God. So I'm sorry Phoebe put you in my line of sight. Are you in my Discord right now? Go ahead, hop in my Discord. I've got some shit to say to you. It's our friend that called in the other night. Hop in the Discord, please.
Sure. Let's do it. Let's talk.
Okay, so let me summarize what's going on for everybody. You are upset that you can't audition for some anime you really like. And you're blaming it on unions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's actually not the full story of what I blamed it on, but go ahead. I'll let you start.
I have 20 years of voice acting experience. I have a badass fucking reel. I have a degree in radio television production. I probably couldn't get an audition on that show. What makes you think you're entitled to an audition on that show?
Again, I never said I was entitled. I don't think you're entitled either. Neither one of us are. But the fact that you couldn't get it, that's just enough to say that the system is messed up.
No. What? Okay, hold on. Put yourself in the position of a casting director. Do you want to sit there for weeks on end and listen to any fucking dumbass that submitted a fucking audio to you?
Absolutely. I mean, they get paid a lot more to sit around and do a lot less.
Oh my, you've never worked on a production. You're a fucking idiot.
The whole point of what I'm saying is they need to fix their...
The whole point of what you're saying is you feel like you've been wrestling on your trampoline in the backyard and you're upset that the WWE won't give you a title shot against Roman Reigns. That's the equivalent of what you're doing right here. Do you understand?
Look, let me explain something. The same thing used to take place back when we had the music industry back in the 70s. Okay, back then it took forever for someone who was a small artist or a small creator to get big because big companies such as record labels, you'd have to have a manager to get into a studio. As time has gone on, we have taken that away from Hollywood because people can do a lot more things in their home, and we have streaming. So in one way, the music industry got taken over by the people away from the big business. I think the same can happen for voice acting. People should be able to voice act from their homes.
You have no idea what you're talking about, and people can and do. I do it.
Okay, so then why can't someone like me or you audition for a show? I shouldn't be able to do that. Why do they make it so hard and so expensive? Okay, so I've asked a lot of people. People say this. They say you can. Okay, so I ask you, where do I go to audition for the show? I asked them this question, and they can never answer it. They
only take union members, of which I have friends who are in the union. Why is that a problem, you dumb shit?
Because by the way, I think that's actually not necessarily legal, because I think that the courts made a law at one point that you can't not hire somebody because they're not in a union, but that's besides the point.
You have no idea what you are talking about.
You should not be that's exactly why the unions shouldn't be there, because they're gatekeeping to only people in a union instead of looking through all the massive amount of talent that the U.S. has and all these people who would love to get a shot at trying to be a part of a show.
If you had the fucking talent, you would be there.
How do you know if somebody has a talent if you don't let them audition? How do you know if somebody has a talent?
You would have the credentials. Hold on.
How do you know if somebody has a talent if you don't let them audition?
Motherfucker, I have resumes, I have people that will vouch for working for me. Do you have that?
You don't need to have that if you have.
Yes, you do. That's how things work. What? Okay, this comes down to what I really want to talk about, is the fact that you are a reactionary. You have politics based on your personal feelings. You feel aggrieved in this instance where you are not justified 100% in feeling aggrieved, but you feel aggrieved. So you think unions are bad, and you have let this color your politics. But as I presented to you evidence that unions actually get people more money, contrary to what you said in my Discord. And that's what pissed me the fuck off, because you don't know what you're talking about.
So why is it that when you go and sign in to get a role in a show, you have to pay more to get into the union than you're actually going to get doing the role in the show? Because that's how you do it.
Okay, first of all, what you just did was... DM, shut the fuck up. Let me explain to you. What you just did is a logical fallacy known as a loaded question. Okay? You had a presupposition built into your question. Repeat your question.
It's literally the truth. So if that's the case, because this is
repeat your question the way you just fucking said it, you dumb shit.
If that's the case, then how is
it's not the case
to get into a show? It is the case to get into.
Repeat your question so I can point out the logical fallacy you just fucking missed.
Hey.
Oh! You said that by paying the dues, you'd have to pay more than what you would make in the show. That's not true. Your question had a assumption that is not true built into it. Because being a member of SAG-AFTRA will get you upwards of more than 10% than non-unionized workers. I showed you that. I showed you the statistics that union workers get paid more than non-union workers.
Okay, and you know what? Unions...
And you won't accept that because you're a fucking idiot. And you have a bias against facts. And this is why I'm getting so goddamn upset with you. You're a little punk-ass kid that don't know jack about fuck. And you're trying to come on here and tell me about shit.
Actually, I'm 23. Actually, I'm not a kid.
You're a fucking punk-ass kid.
Okay, you can call me whatever names you want. I don't care.
At 23, I was a dumbass punk-ass kid, and I was the news director of 9 radio stations. That's the reason why I didn't stream until just a couple of years ago, because I didn't feel that I was informed enough to get on here and be able to give my opinion to people.
Okay.
But my God, I saw Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool get on here, and they fucking do it, so I can fucking do it.
Oh, you know Tim Pool? Interesting. Someone who knows Tim Pool...
I didn't say I know Tim Pool.
Okay, whatever. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. Okay, if a company is not hiring people because they're not in a union, that's wrong. If a union is stopping people from being able to get into an industry or get into auditioning for a show...
No one is stopping you from getting into an industry, you dumb shit.
Why can't I audition for my show then? Because I'm not in
Just because you won't... Man, do you think I can audition for Rick and Morty?
I think you should be able to, absolutely, but the industry won't let you. That's a problem. That's why we're trying to stop it.
The industry doesn't want to waste their time with fucking chuds, you idiot. You're a basement fucking dweller with no fucking talent or resume. Why would you get a fucking audition?
Shouldn't have to have a that's the thing. You think that education
Do you think NASA hires people to be fucking rocket scientists without resumes?
NASA is a very different form of industry than voice acting. They're two totally different
You're
things.
insulting to me. I've been in this business for 20 fucking years and have a degree in it. You're insulting to me right now.
And I'm sure that you're good at it, but
You're not. You are shit, dude. And you thinking you're entitled to audition for some anime that you fucking consume is insane. You are a delusional little punk ass kid.
I think I should be able to. I think you should be able to. I think anybody in this country should be able to audition.
You think the fucking WWE should just let any fucking backyard wrestler walk in and wrestle in their ring? You think the NFL should let anybody just walk onto the field and play football? Are you fucking dumb?
That's what auditions are for. You audition to show people that you have talent. You find talent through the auditions.
Honey, if you had talent, you would have a body of work to show off to people.
How do you have a body of work to show off to people if no one gives you anything to show off? That's the point. How do you find talent if you don't?
Motherfucker, you idiot. You go like I did and you get on Fiverr and you beg people for work. You are an entitled little punk ass kid.
Right, I'm working with my congressman right now to take out SAG-AFTRA. I want to let
Who is your fucking congressman? They're a dumb fucking piece of shit.
Tom Tiffany.
Well, Tom Tiffany is a fucking idiot and they shouldn't give you the time of day. But by working with your congressman, you mean you just emailed him once, right? Fucking shit, dude.
I've met with him a couple times.
You're an idiot.
I've talked to him a couple times. I'm going to go on and meet with him at some point because I actually have a lot of things that I think we could fix in this country.
You know nothing about anything, you dumbass.
I also want to just say this. Yes, I do base my politics off of personal feelings. We all do because the way the world treats
I base my politics off of what is factual. I don't get mad because somebody won't let me audition for an anime. And then unions are bad because of that, you dumb shit. Even though I showed you, unions get people more money. And not only do unions get people more money, just having one company unionized in your area raises the wages of everybody in the area. Unions are incredibly good. And if you're trying to fight unions, you're my fucking enemy, dude.
Okay, well that could be the case.
My grandfather fought for the labor rights that we have against the coal companies and the National fucking Guard. And then some 23-year-old punk-ass kid is gonna come in here and is upset because he couldn't audition for a fucking anime. You stupid motherfucker.
No, I've actually not supported unions before this anime incident because I'll tell you about
because you're stupid and you listen to right-wing media, which informs all your opinions.
The teachers union in Wisconsin. I don't think you know about
teachers union in Wisconsin. My God. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're an idiot.
No, you'll never get elected for anything with the kind of language you use and the way
I don't fucking plan on running for office, you dumb shit. And look at Donald Trump. He got elected.
He didn't.
My God, yes, I've been in the media business for 20 years. My goal is to get elected for something.
The media is the enemy.
My God.
That's your problem. The media is the enemy of the people. That's your issue. You work for corrupt companies.
How am I the enemy of the people? You have been convinced by right-wing propaganda that the media is the enemy of the people. By media, by the way. By media.
More people watch the right-wing propaganda than they watch you.
Do you know what an ad populum fallacy is? Just because more people watch it doesn't mean it's right. The Bible's the biggest or the highest selling book of all time. Doesn't mean it's not fucking bullshit.
Okay.
Idiot. You are an idiot. Have you even been to college?
Oh, I refuse to go to college.
Of course you do, because you're a fucking idiot.
I'm the one who provides supplies to you. You should be grateful for people like me who actually.
You don't do shit to me, dude.
If people like us weren't working in the supply chain, you would have no supplies. You would have no food. You would have no anything.
By working in the supply chain, you mean you work on a fucking line for Amazon or some shit, don't you? Shut the fuck up. Quit licking your own asshole.
No, I'm telling the truth. If you want to say that
You're at a Walmart distribution center or some shit. Get your head out of your ass. Learn to feel embarrassment.
Nope, I'm not in a Walmart. I work in a factory. I work in an actual factory that supply. I'm not going to say which one. For my sake, I'm not going to tell people where I work, but I will tell people this. The company I work for supplies a product of food, and it's one of the largest supplies for that type of food in the country. And if people
do not fucking care.
You deserve to go hungry if that's the case, because we help you. We're the ones who help people like you. We're the ones who help the entire country. And you're right now shaming.
Motherfucker, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. I can go out and fucking hunt a deer. I can fucking farm fucking vegetables, dumb shit. I live out in the boondocks. You go and punch a clock.
I also live out in the boondocks. I live in the middle of northern Wisconsin. I love it.
You worked in a union factory, you'd be making 20% more and have much better benefits.
I'm never going to join a union. I will never join a union.
And that's why you won't make more money and have good fucking benefits, because you're an idiot. Because right-wing propaganda has convinced you that unions aren't working in your best interest, even though they are.
Not. They boss people around. They boss companies around. They get too powerful.
Buddy, you think your company doesn't boss you the fuck around? Jesus fucking, I want a union to come in and boss a company around.
And who chooses to work for them? Me. I chose to work for them. They don't force me to work. I can leave whenever I want.
Oh, yeah, you said you were out in the boonies. I'm sure you've got so many options of work. You can't get your fucking anime to hire you. Dumb shit. You've got so many options. Fuck.
Yeah, that's actually a problem.
Damn, you're a goddamn fucking idiot.
We should actually go in and try to fix companies that gatekeep like that because people are not in unions. Exactly.
So you want the government to get involved to stop workers from organizing against companies. You want the government to step in to stop a union, which is when you say union, remember what you're talking about, the workers collectively bargaining. When you say union, you're talking about the workers. So when you attack unions, you're attacking the workers. You say you want the government to step in and stop the workers from being able to collectively bargain with their employers. I fucking hate your guts.
If they get too powerful to the point where they're stopping people from getting certain positions in industries, yes, they should.
They're not. You're an idiot. You just are a no-talent bum and are upset because you
gave me an example of one. You told me, oh, why can't I audition for this show? Where do I go? Because you're not in a union. That's an example right there of a union being so powerful that they're stopping people from getting in. That's exactly an example of it right there. You told me that. Am I right or am I right?
You're not right. You're a fucking idiot. My God, you're so goddamn dumb. Even if it was a non-union position, you still wouldn't get an audition. Because you're a fucking basement dweller with no goddamn talent.
How do you know I don't have talent if you don't let me audition? If you don't hear what I have to offer?
I'm hearing you right now. You got a script handy? Read us a script. Come on.
I have a script handy. I don't have anything handy.
Do you want me to pull up a sample script? I can. I'll hit it in the Discord. Let's hear what you got.
Look, I don't want to do it right now. That's not how it works.
Of course you don't, because you're going to suck ass, and everybody's going to be like, well, that's the reason why. That has nothing to do with your anti-union crusade. You're just aggrieved.
You think the music industry back then was wrong?
Oh my God, you know nothing about the music industry. I have friends in the music industry.
I'm going into the music industry. That's what I'm going into.
You know nothing about anything, kid. You know nothing about anything. You wish you were in my position. I hope you're as successful as I am in 20 years from now. I wish you the best. I don't think it's going to happen for you.
All right, man. Well, you know what?
But even then, I ain't gonna be auditioning for no fucking anime because I don't have that kind of cred.
You said you were a voice actor.
I don't have that. I don't have the resume and the reels to support getting an audition of that magnitude.
I think you should.
And if I don't, no, I do not have the.
I think you should. You sound like a good voice
You
actor.
fucking idiot. And if I had that kind of talent, I would have the body of work to support it. Do you not understand that? You have to start small. You can't just start thinking, oh, I'm going to go work for this anime. Do you realize how fucking stupid you sound?
You have to start small.
You have to go out and you have to fucking pound the pavement, as they call it. You have to prove yourself. I'm going to give you a piece of advice since you seem incredibly fucking lost. Amazon has a thing called the Amazon Creators Exchange, ACX. Get on there. Now, no one is going to give you a paid gig to begin with. You might be able to get what's called royalty share, to where if a book sells, you'll get half the profits. You can audition for voiceover work for books for free. There's a whole bunch of them. Get on there, ACX, Amazon Creators Exchange, create an account, and then you can audition for audiobooks. And last time I checked, there was like 1,500, and you got all kinds of search parameters you can add to it. But now you're gonna have to, you can't start with like the $400 per hour fucking gigs. They're not gonna hire you. You understand that, right? You have to start with the ones that are going to be like half a royalty share. You're not going to get paid. But if you want to really do this, you need to get on and do all these auditions. And then you'll have a reel. And you'll have some stuff to put together to be able to show people. And that's how you start to get your foot in the door. You're wanting to skip a hell of a lot of steps.
Because I don't want to be a voice actor in the industry. I just wanted to audition for one show.
That's not the way it works.
It's how it should work.
No! In what fucking world?
In the better world than we live in today.
No, your proposition is laughable.
I'll also say this, the whole idea of...
So I just basically, I just told you exactly how to get towards your goal, and you just fucking blew it off and said, I don't want to do the hard work. I just want to be given this opportunity. You fucking entitled, dumb-ass kid.
Let me ask you this. So let's go to the working class for a second. So if I wanted to work for, say, any job...
I'm done. I just gave you, and I'm a media consultant, I charge people $35 an hour for the advice I just gave you. You're welcome.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
That was incredibly valuable advice. You don't seem to care, but that's how you get your foot in the door. And I'm sorry that some anime is not just going to hire you because they think you're so fucking great that you've got to actually go out here and build a portfolio. My God.
It's not just about me. There are other people who actually have a portfolio.
Shut the fuck up. No, if they had the talent, they would be able to audition. You're an idiot.
You have the talent, you can't audition. You have that, you can't audition. You told me that.
God damn, dude. You're a fucking idiot. I mean, what else am I going to do? And I even told them about Fiverr. I'm like, get on Fiverr and beg people for work. You're going to work for a hell of a lot less than minimum wage. But if you really want to do it, you got to put in the work. You don't just get handed jobs on an anime you like. No wonder he's a right-wing fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I did not think I was going to get that worked up. I'm not really high. I think I've hit the bong once today. Psycho Fap. Thank you for being a freaking follower. And your name sounds like,
You live in sexual anarchy?
I think I might have to pack a bong. I think it might be cached. I would love to try real absinthe. You should try not being a dumbass. Like, I just don't know what kind of fucking world this kid lives in where he thinks like, oh, I can just get a job on this TV show. I might have thought that way when I was like 12. I think I did. I didn't think I was going to go to college. I thought I was going to hitchhike to California, and I thought, hey, I'm talented. I'm just going to get a job in Hollywood because I thought that's the way it worked. And, maybe back in the 70s, 60s, it might have worked that way. Nobody cares who you're voting for because you're a goddamn idiot, DM. I'm just like, why would you think your opinion on anything matters? Oh my god, yeah, the 60s and 70s were a better time than now. What a fucking stupid fuck. And I mean, this kid is talking to somebody who has actual fucking credits. Also, I have one credit on my IMDb that's not true, but I take it. It says I worked sound design for an Uncharted game, The Lost Legacy. And I didn't actually do it. It was another Justin Mullins, but it makes my fucking IMDb look good. All of the credits on my IMDb are real, except for it's the wrong Justin Mullins added that credit, but hey, it looks like I worked for the Uncharted Legacy video game. Dalen 5, what's up, my friend? Right-wingers are morons. I can't get over that kid. It's just like, I deserve a job on this anime I watch. And I tried to turn it around. Like, if you're a casting director, do you want to spend weeks and weeks, months just listening to every fucking idiot that wants to submit a fucking audition? Jesus. I mean, I was president of the Young Republicans in high school, so there's hope for everybody. I campaigned for George W. Bush. I actually couldn't vote for George W. Bush. I was 17 during the 2000 election. I couldn't vote for Bush, but I campaigned for him. President of the Young... I've actually gotten a job in radio, I think predominantly because I was president of the Young Republicans. This was in like 2005. The first job in news. It was before president of the Young Republicans is not on my resume anymore because it's 20 years later and I have a lot more shit to put on my resume. DM, quit giving your opinion on anything. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you think about anything. Like, you have proven time and time again, you're just a goddamn idiot. And I don't want to call you an idiot because you're a kid. Hopefully you'll learn. Man, like, I'm 38 now. I'm almost 40 years old. I'm a completely different person than I was when I was 30. Hell, at like 27, 26, I was still a 9/11 truther. I still believed a lot of conspiracy theorists. I went back to college later on in life, and I took classes like practical reasoning and symbolic logic and learned how to recognize bad arguments, fallacious reasoning, dishonest rhetoric. And it helped me be able to unwind a lot of the stupid fucking shit I believed. That I believed without any reason. Someone that believes like George W. Bush committed 9/11. Which, and like all good conspiracy theories, there's, a hint of truth to it because of Bush's connections to the Saudis. Sitting Cow, my man, welcome. But there is a difference between Bush being incompetent and Bush ignoring intelligence reports and Bush surrounding himself with warmongers that really wanted a reason to be able to invade Iraq. But as always, the truth is far more nuanced. And I cringe going back and thinking about like, oh, the buildings fell at free fall speed. No, they didn't actually. It is a claim of 9/11 truthers. And the buildings didn't even fall at free fall speed. You can watch the actual live video and see the resistance as the buildings hit the floors below them. So saying they fell at free fall speed is just like, it's absurd, but you have to have the knowledge to be able to debunk that, right? So it's easy enough for some conspiracy theorists to say, oh, the buildings fell at free fall speed, and if you don't have a grasp on physics, and you've never had somebody that does have a grasp on physics explain it to you, it's easy to think that sounds good. But the truth actually takes, whereas I can tell you the buildings fell at free fall speed, the lie is so easy to propagate because that's one sentence, boom. But in order to debunk that sentence, man, it takes like 5-10 minutes and you have to teach a lesson on physics. Will and Dolphin did Pearl Harbor. Oh, I shouldn't do the fucking voice. And when Matt and Trey do the Japanese voices, they actually do them well because they're both like fluent in Japanese, or one of them is. Mansoor Balls, good evening, my friend. I know you're not going to change your views. And that is the sign of a fucking stupid punk-ass kid. If I present you evidence, you should change your views. I'm going to help elect people who think just like I do. You're a fucking idiot. I know you're going to help elect fucking idiots. Kid, if you think I proved your point and you didn't look like a fucking insane person, I can't help you. I really can't help you. I said it to you the other night when you called in. Stop being so sure of your opinions. Stop believing things that you have no idea about. Like me, like you say, why are we sending so much money to Ukraine? Because like something like 17% of the world's oil and natural gas is refined in Ukraine. Because if Ukraine falls, Georgia will fall. And then we don't have a pipeline to the Caspian Sea. And that's the thing, is you were complaining about oil prices and pipelines right before you're like, why are we sending so much money to Ukraine? And I have said it many times on this show that I think we probably are sending way too much money. That if we are sending money, it should be more geared towards humanitarian aid and not fucking weapons. But at least I have some idea of what the other side of the argument is. You don't. You're an idiot. You listen to right-wing propaganda tell you what the left or what the liberals believe. And you believe it uncritically and you go with it. You knew nothing. You knew nothing about the Caspian Sea. You knew nothing about Georgia and the pipelines. You probably couldn't even find Ukraine on a map. So why? Why have such strong opinions about it? Why have strong opinions about something you don't know about? Hey, Nicole. I'm sorry, we had someone hop in the Discord earlier, and they are upset that they can't get an audition for an anime show they like, even though they have no resume, no fucking reel showing they can do voice acting. They feel like they are entitled to be on that anime, and because of that, they have a personal agreement that reverberates throughout their fucking politics. And I'm trying to explain to them why they're a goddamn dumb fuck. Lord
You
Luck,
think we're
good evening.
stupid? You think we're fools?
I haven't even gotten into the news yet. Yeah, who cares about Jesus? I haven't even gotten high yet. I think I got to pack a bong. I've got to take the commercial break in like 10 minutes. And then what it do comes in here is like, because the left supports whatever Sleepy does. How am I supposed, like, you don't live in reality. Fucking god damn it. If you come in and say the left believes everything Sleepy Joe does, that is so fallacious. It has so many assumptions baked into it that all I can do is just call you a moron. I can't, taking the time to explain how stupid you are is just, yes, I know. Does that mean 20 minutes now? Well, I mean, I don't know about taking the edge off. We've still got a hell of a show here, and last night we did cop videos. Tonight we're gonna have to do more cop videos. I got at least one. I've got a very... Okay, last night we did the story about the cop taping a bag of milk to a man's door. And that was wild. I have another wild headline for you tonight that I can't wait to get into this story because this isn't something you see every day. A woman has been accused of using bees to attack the cops. Once again, I'm gonna read that again. A woman has been accused of using bees, buzz, 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 to attack cops. And like, this kid is in the fucking Discord, still going off on this. I can't. People who work in their basement should absolutely be able to audition. That's exactly how it should be. 100%. No. Kid, I told you, if you want to be on an anime, I told you Amazon Creators Exchange. And you better have a good microphone. You better have a microphone like this. So there's you a financial entrance, a financial barrier to entrance. You gotta have a good mic because nobody wants somebody with a shit ass fucking microphone. Start. I fucking cussed. We're not even like I'm gonna have to do the 20 minutes after the break. We're not even gonna make it to the break. 20 minutes profanity free when we come back from the break. Oh, it was to cancel out the no profanity. Okay, sitting cow. Thank you. I didn't see that. Pelican Ho. You sound like somebody who lives in sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I might have got their name wrong. There's no H in there. You're not Pelican Ho. It's Pelicano. My apologies. I'm doing my job when I make entitled white kids write paragraphs in Discord. Gave him amazing advice I charge people top dollar for. It is not some conspiracy against you. You're just not qualified. And if you were qualified, you'd probably be in a union. But also, I'm gonna point out, like, I work, one of my clients does portfolios for her clients. And she says that she works for people doing their portfolios, and there are people who don't apply for jobs. Like, if you're out here applying for jobs, I don't want to do your portfolio. Basically what that means is she does portfolios for people who get headhunted. And that's the kind of person who gets auditions for animes like that. People that are getting headhunted, that have a body of work, that are on LinkedIn showing off their work, and are getting headhunted by studios. It's like the NBA sends out scouts to amateur leagues and to high schools to find good talent. If you were talented enough to work on the anime, then you wouldn't need to be asking people, how do I audition for this anime? And if you're too stupid to understand that concept, I can't explain it. I can't explain it to you. The biggest critique people have of me is that I'm too mean, that I'm too quick to call people names, and I think that is a valid critique. Oh, Pelicano just got headhunted without the hunted part. So maybe I was right in my assumption that
You live in sexual anarchy.
Thank you. I know him when I see him. If you guys are new here, we've had a few people pop in. I can summarize my political beliefs with one phrase. I would give anything to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye holes. This is what I base this kid that is upset he can't get a job on his favorite anime. He lives his life and his politics based on aggrievement. I live my life based on the philosophy that I want to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Everything I am working on, everything I am doing in life is just a step towards getting to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. So I try to knock the Twitch breaks out all in one go. So you're going to get like 3 minutes of breaks if you're new here. If you're not subscribed to the channel, you should totally subscribe. But if you're not subscribed, I don't want you to miss any content. So I put together my own little commercial breaks that promotes my YouTube, my t-shirt store, all that good shit. I play that. I go take a tinkle. I refill my drink. I'm going to come back. I'm going to get high as fuck. Because I am not high enough for this shit. When we come back from the other side of the break, we're going to hear about a woman who used bees to attack the cops. There's a missing Princeton student. And we're going to hear the details surrounding that. A Customs and Border Patrol agent was shot at the gun range and has died. An Indianapolis cop was charged by the feds after video of him stomping on the face of someone who was already detained went viral. We're going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene trying to promote the Confederacy. We're going to get an update on the LA City Council. We're going to talk about the Georgia Secretary of State debate. We're going to check in with the Supreme Court, which had some interesting banter about Brown versus the Board of Education. Also, the Supreme Court has been asked to decide on Biden's student loan plan. We're going to talk about Biden promising to lower gas prices. New audio has been leaked of Trump talking about dictators. We're going to check in on Ukraine. And can Liz Truss outlast a head of lettuce? Not looking like it. It's not looking like it at all. The UK government is in turmoil. I've got video. A minister apparently resigned, but some people don't know if they've resigned. It's a whole ordeal. All that and more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live. Hi, I'm Justin FREAKIN. I'm a leftist broadcaster and comedian, not liberal, leftist. And despite what you may have heard from right-wing propaganda, George Soros isn't handing out Soros bucks and funding people like me. There are no Koch brothers, Mercers, or any number of right-wing think tanks funding content on the left side of the spectrum the way they fund people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Dennis Prager. And YouTube doesn't monetize videos that are controversial or deal with politics unless you're someone like Steven Crowder. So this is an ultimatum. Become a patron. Support my Patreon, or I'm going to become a right-winger and get some of that easy money. You know for a fact that I could be bigger than Charlie Kirk or Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
All I have to do is talk about how I used to be an SJW snowflake, but the left went too far with their cultural Marxism, and Republicans are stupid enough to buy it, even though this video exists. And you know I'm right, so give me your money or I'm selling you out.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
I'm sorry, I didn't give you a fresh meme. I tried to look for one real fast. I sat down here and started packing a bong because I need it. I took my headphones off and when I went to the bathroom, I'm like, I have a pounding headache. I took some aspirin. Holy shit. I don't think I have the phone lines open. I don't know if I'm going to turn the phone lines on. I don't know if I can handle anything else tonight. Or do I have the phone lines open? No, I don't. Hold on. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. Oh, goddamn. Mr. Balls, did you catch all that? Did you catch the kid that thinks he should get a job working for an anime without any experience? And basically he's a Republican because, you know, an anime that he likes won't give him a job without any experience, and it's the problem of unions. I shit you not. I shit you not. A corporate bullshit man. Oh, a media bullshit manager. Oh shit. Damn right, tell him to fuck off. Yeah, at this point, I don't know what media I would go to work for. I don't know if I would go back to work for a local station. I don't know if I could go back to work for like a Nexstar or a Sinclair. When I say that, I strictly mean as a production tech. I've actually never been employed by a TV station as an on-air personality. I've only been employed as an on-air personality in radio. By the time I got to working in TV, I looked like this. I actually turned down a job in TV in 2006, 2007. But even that was a producer's gig. I didn't want to do it. I was enjoying being on air. But I actually used to look much, much different. Like night and fucking day. This was Justin as the news director of 9 radio stations. Back in about 2006. I worked for a local station, you dumb shit. I worked for Way 31 as a production tech. Negan, interesting. I still got the chest hair going on. Usually I wore a tie. They caught me on that day. I didn't have a tie on. That was actually my picture that they had. I had an opinion column. And once I was like 21, 22, and I had a goddamn opinion column. Holy shit. That fucking newspaper. Also, a company made me a district manager when I was 20 or 19. Went out of business like a year later. Also, I look back and like, they made me a district manager. No wonder it went out of business. Now, I mean, I understand at the time. They basically just needed a warm body that had a vehicle that worked. And the kid is obsessed with the fact that I've seen his old tweets and he doesn't have a Twitter account. Once again, I've worked in media. A chunk of it as an investigative reporter, and I'm incredibly tech savvy. Why the hell is me seeing tweets that you wrote and of interest to you? No, we posted them on Gab. I look like fucking shit, kid. I used your actual logo in the thumbnail of your call the other day. You should thank me for that. So I had to do a little research to find your fucking logo, to put it on the thumbnail. Didn't even have to use the Wayback Machine. He posted them himself. And talked about how aggrieved he was. It's one of the saddest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. Because it was just the same shit. Oh my god, I'm so put upon because my favorite anime won't let me do a voice on their show even though I have no experience and I'm a nobody. I'm not willing to put in the work like Justin said to do. I think I'm entitled. I think I'm entitled to just be on the anime because I have no idea how the world works. And that's why I vote Republican. Literally because I'm a fucking idiot that doesn't know how anything works. I'm trying to calm the fuck down. Still trying to pack a bong over here. Kid, I am not high enough for this shit. And I mean, you wrote a fucking book in my Discord. Like, thank you for giving me something to read this morning when I was taking my morning shit. My God. Do something better with your time. You could have fucking wrote an anime. Oh yeah, fuck. You could have wrote an anime, learned how to use goddamn Blender, made your own anime, and then voiced it. In the time that it took to write all the shit that you have written in my Discord. What an idiot. I wish Seth Rollins would come here and try to curb stomp me. I would love to talk with Seth Rollins right now. Seth, you and I got some unfinished business, my friend. I mean, it's like me being upset. Lord Locke, do you not know he stole this? Don't make me play the video. Don't get me upset about this now. He stole Monday Night Messiah. It sounds an awful lot like New Media Messiah now, doesn't it? Wonder who used to call themselves the New Media Messiah. One Mr. Justin freaking Mullins. Oh, yes. I don't want to play. I feel like that one plays more often than the Gwen. I was getting ready to say Gwen Stefani. It's Gwyneth Paltrow. I think that one plays more than the Gwyneth Paltrow one. I need to change that. Yes, seriously. Kid that doesn't have any talent, doesn't have any background, doesn't have any reel, doesn't have a resume. Just thinks he should be handed a job on an anime. And doesn't understand why that's Lord, I am genuinely upset at Seth Rollins, but also trying to make the most of it. Genuinely upset with Gwyneth Paltrow and stealing my idea, but trying to make the most of it. Because that's the tiers on Patreon. Like, the $5 tier is help me sue Gwyneth Paltrow. The $3 tier is help me sue Seth Rollins. And then just the $1 is Friends of Freakin. So I couldn't come up with anything as that creative. Oh. So it was just a joke to put the Patreon together. The vagina scented candles. That's my idea. I can't do the bit because the no profanity's going. Can I pause it? Can I pause it? I'm pausing it. Pausing it. All right, the bit was. It's called Pussy in the Morning. Let me do the whole thing. I love eating pussy because this is one of my stand-up bits, but I haven't done it in years, so I'm not polished on it. I'd always do it as a closer. I love eating pussy in the morning. The reason why is because the smell gets in my Fu Manchu, and then I'm just smelling it the rest of the day. That inspired me to come up with a cologne, which I call Eau de Twat. And then that just got the whole ball rolling because I'm an entrepreneur, right? I'm a capitalist here. And then I came up with vagina scented candles. So, and they also look like a pussy. So when you get finished burning it, it looks like a freshly fucked pussy, all floppy and sloppy. I butchered my own bit because I haven't done it in literally like 6 or 7 years now. Oh, sitting cow. So did they I thought the one no profanity got canceled out by your second no profanity, and then another no profanity came at me. So I don't know which no profanity I'm on. If you guys tell me which one it is, I think somebody redeemed another one. But I'm not sure on that, so if we can get a ruling from the chat. We haven't even got to the news yet. Yes, Warlord says his is not canceled out. Here, I gotta start another 10 minutes. Fucking fuck. Ah, shit. I'm not high enough for this bull pucky. Also, Warlord was doing like a running commentary of my Discord conversation with DM. In Discord, in the troll chat, and it's hilarious. It is hilarious. Ooh, Nicole trying to guess the first story. Well, oh shit. Ah, shit. I've cussed. I didn't get to do a smooth transition there. Well, because we have a strong contingent from the UK, and because it is a rather big story going on, an absolute disgrace, UK PM Liz Truss under fire from her own party. You guys will remember she was elected just over a month ago, about a month and a half. The UK's burgeoning political crisis took several unexpected turns today alone. Do I have to reset the clock again? The UK's burgeoning political crisis took several unexpected turns on Wednesday as Homeland Secretary... Homeland. I'm in US politics here. Home Secretary Suella Braverman resigned, and several senior conservatives called on Prime Minister Liz Truss to step down. What is a Home Secretary? What is a Home Secretary? Warlord, can you inform us? Mox, good evening. Oh, you're not late for the news. This is the first news story of the night. So like like what we would call Secretary of the Interior or Secretary of State. Secretary of State here is a diplomatic post for dealing with other countries. Secretary of the Interior does shit like I cussed again. Secretary of the Interior does stuff like administer federal funds for conservation, looks over the nuclear program. The last time I motorboated a fat line off a lot lizard's pillow spot. Hollywood Hulk Hogan. I don't know that I can tell you the exact date. I want to say 2014. I want to say 2014. I remember the day vividly, but I can't tell you the exact year. I hadn't gotten my truck fixed. I was in college. It was starting to snow. There was this couple, and I found them on Craigslist, and I went to their hotel room. They bought a hotel room. I'm sorry, I've got to rephrase that. They weren't doing lines. They were smoking. No, they did lines too. They were smoking a meth pipe. They were predominantly doing it out of a pipe, smoking meth, and I did lines with them. And I remember I had to like call a friend from college to come pick me up from the hotel. It was about 5 or 6 miles away from my college because I lived on campus. I went back to college later on in life, and I lived in like the family housing. It was grad students that had good grades, and it was families living in my apartment building, so they left us alone. So it was one of the reasons why I got away with like all the stuff I got away with so much in college. That would have been the last time, and that would have been 2014, 2015. I had a guy come over 2021, and he was doing coke, and he offered me some, but I turned it down. In my older age, I'm kind of here for the sex, not the buzz. My dick don't work as good as it used to, and do I need to reset the no profanity because of that? My dick don't work like it used to when I was in my 20s. You guys are actually talking about the news in the chat, and I'm talking about sex over here on stream. I love it. I love it. This show is wild. The show I do is wild. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I defer to the chat. I'll give Warlord that.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I feel like it might be context on that one. I don't remember the context I used it in, so I'll give Warlord that one. Anyway, I'm Justin Freakin, and I do the news most nights. An absolute disgrace. UK Prime Minister Liz Truss is under fire from her own party. This is after just about a month and a half of being elected by the Conservatives. The UK's burgeoning political crisis took several unexpected turns on Wednesday, as Home Secretary Suella Braverman resigned and several senior Conservatives called on Prime Minister Liz Truss to step down after 6 disastrous weeks in office. I do have a picture of Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary, waving bye-bye. This whole affair is inexcusable. It is a pitiful reflection on the Conservative Parliamentary Party on every level, and it reflects very badly, obviously, on the government of the day. This is according to senior Conservative MP Charles Walker. Do we actually have those comments? Yes, we do. I want to hear what he has to say. Oh, I actually had this clip already ready to play. After this segment.
Perfectly honest, this whole affair is inexcusable. It is a pitiful reflection on the Conservative Parliamentary Party at every level. And it reflects really badly, obviously, on the government of the day.
Do you think there's any coming back from this?
I don't think so. But I haven't. I have to say I've been of that view really since two weeks ago. This is.
So once again, I do U.S. politics, but as I understand it, only 2 things can happen from here. Liz Truss can call an election, and apparently she needs Parliament to sign off on that. Or the Conservatives can hold an election for a new leader. They can oust Liz Truss through a vote of no confidence. I'm wrong? Liz Truss alone has the ability to call it? Or was I wrong completely? Or is Parliament has the ability to call it? Liz has to ask the king to I didn't even know the king played a role in any of this. So apparently Liz has to ask the king to pay. Oh, I was asking Warlord earlier to try to clarify this for me, of whether the Conservative Party was likely to remain deadlocked over the next 2 years or force an election. And Warlord said to me that he apparently believes they will remain deadlocked. Labor is polling well now, but Labor was also polling well before the last election, and they did a really good hatchet job. Do go watch the Al Jazeera reporting. I can't remember what it's called. Warlord, can you look that up for me if you're still here? There is an Al Jazeera piece about what they did to Jeremy Corbyn and the Labor Party inside the Labor Party. Fantastic documentary about it. DM, just shut up. We learn a lot on this show. The Labor Files, that's exactly it. Thank you, Warlord. We learn a lot on this show. Open your ears and learn. Stop trying to tell us things. And it's not me It's not me imparting wisdom on you. It's us learning things together, is the way I like to look at this show. I'm not that bright. DM, we're talking about British Parliament. Has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Shut up and learn. So I would think that if the Conservatives were wanting to continue to govern and govern successfully, they would have kept Boris Johnson in power. That replacing Liz Truss was basically electing a fall guy.
Absolute disgrace as a Tory MP.
Let's go back to the beginning of this.
This whole affair is inexcusable. It is a pitiful reflection on the Conservative Parliamentary Party at every level. And it reflects really badly, obviously, on the government of the day.
Do you think there's any coming back from this?
I don't think so. But I haven't. I have to say I've been of that view really since two weeks ago. This is an absolute disgrace. As a Tory MP of 17 years, who's never been a minister, who's got on with it loyally most of the time, I think it's a
Look, I just can't imagine. Like, I can't imagine that she's the issue. I can't imagine that a month and a half and like, oh, she's just so terrible, she has to be ousted. This has to be just a fall guy for just the complete and utter failure of the Conservatives.
Shambles and a disgrace. I think it is utterly appalling.
So you seem quietly...
I'm livid. And, you know, I really shouldn't say this, but I hope all those people that put Liz Truss in number 10, I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth it for the ministerial red box. I hope it was worth it to sit round the cabinet table, because the damage they have done to our party is extraordinary.
I'm sorry, it's very difficult to convey. You look just furious about this.
I am. I've had enough. I've had enough of talentless people putting their tick in the right box. Not
it's your party.
National interest, but because it's in their own personal interest to achieve ministerial position. And I know I speak for hundreds of backbenchers who right now are worrying for their constituents all the time, but now worrying about their own personal circumstances, because there is nothing as an ex-MP, and a lot of my colleagues are wondering, as many of their constituents are wondering, how they're going to pay their mortgages if this all comes to an end soon.
If this all comes to an end soon. But senior Conservative MP Charles Walker. Walker's comments came after Truss's chief whips had told Conservative MPs that they could be effectively expelled from the party if they refused to vote with the government over fracking, which Truss wants to legalize, but many Conservative MPs oppose. Now, we have a piece about this wild fracking vote that happened today. I think we got video of what went on. MPs allege bullying during this chaotic fracking vote.
People were shouting very aggressively. They were pointing at them. They were very closely surrounded, and there were ministers and government whips all around them, and to all intents and purposes, one of them, to my mind anyway, this is what it looked like to me, was basically pushed or pulled through into the division lobby.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
I have never seen that. I mean, look, I'm not naive. I've been here for 21 years. I know that the whips sometimes can be quite assertive, but it's normally the force of reason, not the force of force. And to be honest, that looked like bullying to me. It's bullying like I've not seen since I was at school.
In the Houses of Parliament?
In the Houses of Parliament, we have a behaviour code which says that we do not countenance bullying or harassment. Members of Parliament are meant to be able to vote without fear or favour, and that wasn't what we had today. I mean, all of this is happening because emotions are very, very heightened because the government is in freefall. And frankly...
Well, so this is Conservative MP Chris Bryant describing the scene on the floor. I want the fucking video. Ah, damn it. I was so close. I want the video of what happened on the parliamentary floor. Can you find that for me, Warlord? I want video of Parliament. That's what I wanted to get to. No one knows if the chief whip has resigned yet. The government seemed to back off the threat by the time Wednesday's vote was called, but the conservative whips tasked with enforcing party discipline still applied intense pressure to corral MPs into the voting chamber. 40 conservative MPs ultimately abstained. In a chaotic scene inside Parliament, Chief Whip Wendy Morton reportedly declared she was quitting. Do we have video of this? Ah, Bloomberg. How dare you? Apparently, we've got comments from Truss on this whole situation.
The only mandate she's ever had is from members opposite. It was a mandate built on fantasy economics, and it ended in disaster. The country's got nothing to show for it except the destruction of the economy and the implosion of the Tory party. I've got the list here. 45p tax cut, gone. Corporation tax cut, gone. 20p tax cut, gone. 2-year energy freeze, gone. Tax-free shopping, gone. Economic credibility, gone. And her supposed best friend, the former Chancellor, he's gone as well. They're all gone. So why is she still here?
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter.
So apparently, the actual parliamentary proceedings are not recorded. So what we see is from Prime Minister's questions. As of Wednesday evening, Morton and her deputy were still in their jobs, according to the BBC. Braverman did resign, officially for violating security protocols by sending a sensitive email from a personal account with a blistering letter implying that Truss herself should be the next to go. I mean, it really seems like Liz Truss is not going to outlast the lettuce, but who would want to step into that job? At this point, you're basically setting yourself up to have exactly this happen to you in what, a couple more months? She didn't do anything. She just took over a party that is in complete and utter chaos and freefall. Brexit has been a disaster. The UK, if you think Joe Biden has handled inflation horribly, then boy, do I have some news for you about what's going on in the UK. When it comes to inflation and the issues with supply chains, the US has actually fared pretty middle of the pack. That's why I laugh at right-wingers who want to talk about Joe Biden causing the country to fall apart. What is the inflation rate in the UK right now? It's like 16-17%. She did implement the tax. I thought she came to power, she was going to implement a tax cut, and it was incredibly unpopular, and she backed off of it. That was the last reporting we did on the issue, but did they actually pass that? Warlord, can you verify that for me? They wanted to come in and just do austerity. And for once it backfired, it appears. But what you have here is a head of lettuce that the Daily Star has put up. You can see it's nighttime for the lettuce. It's gone nighty-night. I mean, at this point in time, wouldn't Wouldn't it be best for the UK to be like, hey, EU, we apologize. Can we kind of like come back in? But I'm not blaming Brexit. I'm not blaming Brexit for all of the UK's problems either. That can't possibly be true. Situations are far more complicated than people like to make them out to be. What's not complicated is she's not going to outlast this lettuce. Possibly. I had questions about the lettuce. What is the temperature in the room that the lettuce is currently kept in? Is the temperature a crisp 60 degrees? If so, I think the lettuce will last longer than Liz Truss. If the room is 72 degrees, then I don't think the lettuce will outlast Liz Truss, because I don't think she's going this week. I probably won't last another month, though. Humidity is also a factor. So I need questions answered before we can actually make a informed decision on what's going to happen with this lettuce. I don't like making assumptions or having beliefs. MD, this is what I'm talking about, my friend. You got to think about these things. You got to think about it from all angles. You got to put yourself on the other side of situations. You got to understand things. Why do you have opinions on Liz Truss or Boris? You don't think Boris Johnson was conservative enough? What does that even mean? Yeah, because the former mayor of London and longtime conservative politician who led a conservative party doesn't know as much about being conservative as a 23-year-old punk kid. Seriously, think about what you're saying. It's an absurd proposition. And that's why you're a right-winger. You've got this very infantile way of looking at things. And you're not understanding your depth. And I'm sorry for like really bashing you earlier. I'm sure you're incredibly talented, and after me like making fun of you the way I did, I don't blame you for not wanting to audition for us. I should have been a lot friendlier, because having you read a script on air could have been really good content. I am sorry. Looking back on it, this is me, the media consultant. This is me, a media producer. Looking back on it, Justin Freakin, the on-air talent, failed because having you read a script on air could have been really good content for both of us. And you might have knocked it out of the park, and people have been like, wow. And that could have been your moment that broke you out and made you a star. And now I feel so bad about that. And this is why I shouldn't do things sober. Oh wow, somebody I don't even know I don't even know what it was that was triggered. It was either a donation or it was throwing some bits around. And I appreciate it. Whoever did it, thank you very much. Oh, DM, you did not have to do that. But looking back on it, I handled it the wrong way. But also, I was sober. I hadn't gotten high yet. Well, can you do me a favor? Can you be more open-minded? $13. Interesting. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna check out some of your stuff. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I'm gonna give you some feedback. I'll give you some likes and some views. Well, DM, I don't like. Democrats win what? It's going to be a mixed bag. Democrats are going to win some shit. Republicans are going to win some fucking shit. I don't know what you're going to tell you. The most likely scenario is that the Democrats are going to expand their majority in the House, and they're going to lose not majority in the majority in the Senate, and they're going to lose the House. Looks like they're going to pick up a couple of governorships. I mean, we lose less with the Democrats. I'm all about harm reduction. And if we can take over the Democratic Party, I think we might be able to get some shit passed. I mean, despite the fact that the Republicans are going to challenge it in the Supreme Court, we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. Student loan forgiveness is a good thing, and I'm going to hit you with that link in the chat. And like, hey, MD, if you're here, DM, I'm sorry, got your initials backwards. I was talking about college earlier. Like, the value of a well-rounded fucking education just can't be understated. And the reason why Republicans want to get you to hate education is it because it makes you far less likely to be a goddamn Republican. I kind of doubt the Democrats lose Georgia. And what are you basing that on? DM just comes in here. It's my feeling. He means Wisconsin. I'll correct him. See, I even try to be generous. Maybe he meant the governor's race. That's possible. Thank you, clinically. Did I ever hit it for whoever redeemed the weed? So I can't understate the value of the fact, like, for history classes, they require you to take either before 1865 or after 1865. Maybe they take both. Maybe they require both for American history. I don't know. Maybe it varies between colleges. And I think I had to pick one or the other. World history before 1400 or world history after 1400. I took both. I took both American histories, whether they were required or not. And I took some 4,000 level classes about the American expansion. Jesus, what other history classes did I take? I did the historical Jesus. Like, these were some of the electives I took. Just because I'm fucking intellectually curious, dude. Because I want to know about this shit. I took several government classes. I took a 4,000 level American government class. I took a 4,000 level symbolic logic class. For what that makes you do is you have to learn the formal logic language. And oh my God, it's like math, but it's more fun than math. Logic problems are fun, but they're fucking hard. That class is amazing. But what symbolic logic is you take propositions, you take people's statements, like statements you would make to me. Like how you stated that question to me, and I was like, that's a loaded question fallacy. It's removing the actual statement from it and replacing it with a mathematical equation so that you just see the formula and how phrases are formulated, and you see the flaws in logic based on that, not based on what anybody is asserting. Right? So your personal bias doesn't come into play. And these logic problems are incredibly fucking hard. We would have like 4 problems to solve. We'd get the whole class period. And everybody would fail the test. But you would get graded on a curve, so everybody would end up getting like a C or a B because, varying degrees of people being able to solve these problems. You would usually get I could get 2.5 into the problems before I'd run out of time, right? Because there's this. Yes. All these conditional proofs. What is the LSAT? Is that the thing to get into grad school? Because I'm thinking about going to get my MFA. There's whatever test you got to take to get into grad school. But yeah, Sitting Cow is going. I'm a little rusty on doing the actual problems because it's been almost 10 years now. The reason Republicans are doing well is because they saturate the media and they have a shit ton of money behind them. You dumb shit. Stop telling us. Oh, it's the law school entrance exam. There's some test I have to take to go back to get my MFA, and I can't remember what it is. It's GRE or whatever. I would love. I have thought about going to law school because that's the easiest way I could get a doctorate, and I'd love to be Dr. Freakin. That would be cool as shit. Wouldn't you love to have me as Dr. Freakin? And I seriously would do an online fucking. It's not real from Better Call Saul, the American Samoa College or whatever. But I would do whatever fucking small law school I could. Dr. Freakin speaking. And yes, I would absolutely make everybody call me Dr. Freakin. But that is the easiest way for me to get a doctorate. The least amount of time. And I've thought about it long and hard. But I think if I do anything, I'm gonna go get an MFA. But I want to impart on you how important it is to go get a well-rounded liberal education if you want to talk about, shit like this. You could do law school in about 3 years. Longer if you take your time on it with your classes. But you can get law school over in 3 years. I don't have to have that the intermediary degree, so it's a JD. I can go straight to the take the LSAT and go get a JD, and that is a doctorate of jurisprudence. Most lawyers don't have you call them doctor, but I would. I would. And Sparkles was a paralegal, right? So the paralegals basically run the law firm. I thought the official title, the full thing on your degree was doctorate of jurisprudence. DM, shut the fuck up, dude. You freaking Esquire. Yeah, most lawyers do not have you call them doctor. Just a freaking Esquire. And I've said it many times. If I had life to do over again, I would be like the lawyer on because I could have done broadcasting. I didn't have to go to school. The reason I went to school for broadcasting, and I did learn a lot from my broadcasting degree. But I could have done all of this without being. All I really needed was money for the equipment. I could have had that if I was a lawyer. I don't know what you're talking about at the governor's debate. I had it marked on my list, but I missed it. It was I didn't have the right date, so we didn't do it live. I'm not gonna go back and react to it. We've got other debates to cover. Oh, and we were supposed to do I said Bennett and O'Day tonight in the Colorado Senate. I was wrong about that. They hadn't actually come to a conclusion that today was one of the possible dates. They have settled on October 28th. That one's 8 more days away. We'll get the Colorado Senate. We'll definitely be covering that debate. Got you on that one. Do we have a debate tomorrow? If we have a debate tomorrow, it's Cortez Masto and Adam Laxalt. But I think Cortez Masto has refused to debate Laxalt. Oh, well, this NBC News article says that Nevada stands alone as the only battleground state to not have a debate for the Senate race, but New Hampshire is in play, and they didn't have a debate last time I checked, so maybe we get a New Hampshire Senate debate. This is a picture of Cortez Masto and Adam Laxalt. Two candidates in one of the country's most competitive Senate races have no plans to debate before Election Day, making the contest an anomaly among battleground states. I've accepted televised statewide debate offers with two respected neutral Nevada media outlets, Sinclair Broadcasting Group, which is not necessarily neutral, and Nevada Newsmakers, and I can't tell you about them. This is according to Laxalt. I do not see where. In June, Cortez Masto committed to 3 debates, one of which was to be broadcast on Spanish-language TV. The campaign said all 3 debates have officially been canceled. So Cortez Masto agreed to 3 debates that Adam Laxalt didn't agree to, and then he said, I will only do these 2 debates, Sinclair, Nevada Newsmakers. Dear jurisprudence, won't you come out? I'm going to butcher the fucking Beatles. I better not do that. Remember when we had that kid come in here and tell me that, like, Drake was bigger than the Beatles or some shit? Drake was better than the Beatles, and I'm like, I'm not a Beatles fan, but that's objectively not true, and here's why. Oh, God. And I don't like Drake, but then I named like a Drake song I liked, and he told me who did the beat, and I'm like, yeah. I don't even know who Drake's part on that song was, but that beat was spectacular. That's like the only Drake song I like. And he told me who did the beat, and I'm like, yeah, I like that person. I don't like Drake. Is it even better than the Black Beatles? It's like, I'm not a Beatles fan, but let me tell you why that's wrong. One time I was arguing with some dude in the comment section. I think it was like the Grammys or the American Music Awards or something. It was something about, I want to say it was Kesha. And they were all upset about Kesha, and they were talking about auto-tune. And they were like, why don't they make music like they used to? And I was like, oh yeah, back when like Led Zeppelin popularized using auto-tune on a song like No Quarter. And I guess he wasn't expecting me to like actually know music. Well, they did it for effect, is what he responded to me. And I'm like, what do you think everybody else does it for? Shit. The idea that there are people in the music business that are shitty singers and that auto-tune masks their shitty singing, and there's just this manufactured industry. There is no shortage of insanely talented people out there. Are there bands like the Chainsmokers that are basically all smoke and mirrors and image? Sure, but they don't last. They're a flash in the pan. They go away. The artists that are here for 20, 30 fucking years, ones that really make an impact, they're fucking real. Kesha's stayed around this long because Kesha's got goddamn talent. Lady Gaga has stayed around this long, been at the Super Bowl, been one of the highest grossing tours because she's got fucking talent. Katy Perry's not for me, but I know the girl can fucking sing. For every one of the Ashley Simpsons there's just like another. They fail. They fail instantly. If you're not a good artist, people fucking see through it. They don't buy your records. They don't come out to your shows. They make fucking fun of you. Not a good artist. If there's not something there, like, you're gonna fail. I don't get this, like, these people just auto-tune bullshit, man. I like pop music. I think there's a lot of, and there's shit that and it's weird how fragmented things are. And this is another one of those things where I'm gonna have to take a break on Twitch, so I'm kind of just bullshitting now. We're actually gonna do the news when we come back. I don't even know. I don't know the point I was making anymore. I like music. But there's pop music. There's pop music that flies at, like, there's shit on YouTube that has like 1 billion views now. And I've never even heard of the band. And I keep up with new music. Like, you know, I listen to my Spotify release radar. I listen to NPR's new music Friday. I'm watching SNL every week. So I keep up with what is going on with popular music. Fucking love Lady Gaga. And she's somewhat of an acquired taste, man. Sometimes, like, you can be one of those people that's like, oh, well, Just Dance is a catchy song, but like it's all kind of weird. But then you actually sit down and listen to it, like, holy shit. And I've seen Lady Gaga. I paid an exorbitant amount of money to see Lady Gaga live, and she fucking blew me the fuck away. Absolutely amazing. And I had some stupid ass punk kids talking behind me as she was doing a million reasons. Is that the name of the song? 'Cause now in the digital age, I'm bad with names of songs because I'm not looking, like, it's not like coming up on my CD player in my car. I don't have the album cover I'm looking at and shit. But also, like, I'm weird. I have a weird taste in music. I've seen Lady Gaga, but I've seen Roger Waters. I paid way too much to see Roger Waters. I need to add, what is that? I don't even know. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Warlord has said "ckers" to me many, many times. I have looked it up, the acronym, what it means on Urban Dictionary, and it just doesn't stick. I don't remember. Let's do it again. There's a couple of things you kids say, and I don't know what it means. Twitch emote featuring an image of Spanish comedian and actor Juan Hoya Boya, better known as Spanish Laughing Guy. Oh, you need that as an emote slot? Ah, that's hard. That one's tough. How is that not a universal one? I think Warlord's got it from somewhere. I tried to give you laughing troll, but you can't. You couldn't see the mouth moving and the ha-has. You couldn't see the ha-has, so I got to do something to. I gotta like make the mouth be a Pac-Man or something. I don't know. I gotta do something to the troll emote to make it laugh. There has been an attempt at a laughing troll emote. I don't know if I have it handy. I'm trying to give you sad troll, mad troll, high troll. But also they've limited my troll slots. It's weird. I don't have all my slots I need. All right, I'm gonna try to knock this 3 minutes of Twitch ad breaks. I'm talking like a boomer. Oh, don't say that, RB. Don't say that. I keep feeling like I'm getting old. I swear to God, we're gonna do the news when we come back. I got shit. I'm not even gonna run it down. We'll just. A woman attacked cops with bees. A woman attacked cops with bees. If that's not enough to make you stick around, I don't know what. There's a fucking Seth Rollins again.
This is WWE Superstar.
We live
There
in
you go.
turbulent
I think
times.
that one's got
The
Gwyneth
media
Paltrow.
is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Hi, I'm Justin FREAKIN. I'm a leftist broadcaster and comedian, not liberal, leftist. And despite what you may have heard from right-wing propaganda, George Soros isn't handing out Soros bucks and funding people like me. There are no Koch brothers, Mercers, or any number of right-wing think tanks funding content on the left side of the spectrum the way they fund people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Dennis Prager. And YouTube doesn't monetize videos that are controversial or deal with politics unless you're someone like Steven Crowder. So this is an ultimatum. Become a patron. Support my Patreon, or I'm going to become a right-winger and get some of that easy money. You know for a fact that I could be bigger than Charlie Kirk or Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
All I have to do is talk about how I used to be an SJW snowflake, but the left went too far with their cultural Marxism, and Republicans are stupid enough to buy it, even though this video exists. And you know I'm right, so give me your money or I'm selling you out. I usually don't eat on stream, but I reserve the right to eat some of these chocolate chip cookies. They're sitting right here next to me, if I so desire. Fresh meme. Girls after masturbating. I'll fucking do it again. Boys after masturbating. Looking back, my life has been nothing but failures. I don't know why that's true. I don't know. I've been with a lot of like nymphos. I'm used to like they just keep going. If you're not down with what they're doing, they're just like, oh, I'll go masturbate for 2 more hours. You can be there if you want to. You can participate. I'm gonna be a little bit.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I don't know if refraction, whatever the fuck that's called. That's like a learned behavior or something. Hey, DM, are you still here? You need to get laid. Please go get a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Whichever flavor of the spectrum suits you. Yes, you need someone to touch your willy. Both. Why not both? I'm a big fan of both. Or not even both. I don't limit it. I am an open pansexual. Anyone on the spectrum is fucking cool with me. But I'm probably more attracted to you if you're on the feminine side of the spectrum. I like my men to be femboys. I like my men Twinkie. Twinkies don't seem to like me though. I ran people off with that. Yep. Yes, when you find cool couples that are very secure, it's great. You find couples that are, as someone who's had a lot of hookups, you find couples who are having problems, and then like you're in a situation where you're doing really hard drugs with them. Some weird shit can come out. I'm just saying. But you find an old hippie couple that's been together 30 years that fucks everybody together. Oh my God, they're amazing. Clinically knows what I'm talking about. You all just be having fun.
You live in sexual anarchy?
You just all be having fun, and then something happens. Hey, I've been on the other side of that as well. Remember, I dated who I affectionately refer to as a crack whore. And once again, I found out that she passed away not that long ago. It happened in like 2020. And we don't know how. I mean, I have my guesses. But when I told my friends about it, like I just found out like a month or two ago. When I told my friends about it, my friends were sad because apparently they really liked her. They thought she was really nice. but we've had our issues. I even told the story about like the stripper we had over one night. Me and the stripper didn't get along, and then things didn't go as she had planned. And then, like, she leaves and goes somewhere, maybe to buy more crack. And me and the stripper, like, start talking about some subject that, like, we were both totally into. And, like, the crack whore comes back. And me and the stripper are talking all friendly. And, like, that just fucking sets her off. And I guess maybe it's because, like, we'd been up all fucking night doing drugs and shit. And she wanted it to be, like, a fuck fest. And me and the stripper had butted heads. Like, it just wasn't good vibes with us. And then, like, by the time she comes back, oh my God! But then the girl died, like, 3 days later. And, like, it was a big story in the town. And the crack whore would, like, run around the house because the stripper had left her shirt there. Like, she had been murdered in some kind of fucking deal. Like, it was seriously running around with shady people. But then the crack whore would run around the house and in the stripper's shirt be like, I'm wearing a dead stripper shirt. Ah. I've had a fucked up life. And that DM, if you're still here, you got to get out there and live a little bit, brother. To actually understand how the world works, you got to go out there and have some life experiences. You can't just watch anime and think you know everything. And nothing wrong with anime. I don't watch anime. I play JRPGs though. So I get the style, I get the aesthetic, I get the appeal. So I ain't ragging on no anime. Got plenty of friends that like anime. They aren't weird like you, DM. Sorry. And my apologies if there's anybody out there that likes anime and felt like I was picking on anime. I was just picking on him. Actually found it absurd. I don't even know the anime he wanted to be on. Let me find this out. Like I might have to go to let me go see the quality of this anime. Did anybody catch it? I want to say it started with a B. And I did want to watch that Evers debate, and I don't even know who's challenging him. I believe he's up in the polls. Beastar. Is it a pretty big anime? I had somebody trying to call in before I actually opened the phone lines. Back when we were talking to our friend DM. The Japanese manga series, written and illustrated by Peru Adagaki. The manga is licensed for English release in North America by Viz Media. I don't know. It's on Netflix. But then again, like, you know, the bar to entry on Netflix is... Well, now, this tells us a little something. Also, if you guys have been around for the Friday Night Freak Show, and you know about Sparkles and her weird obsession with that panda that was rolling up his shirt, but also he was smoking and he was beefier. Maybe Sparkles would be into this. I don't know. I don't know what this wolf thing is doing to this bunny. This seems like some furry shit. Not that there's anything wrong with furries. Once again, I'm just making observations. There's no judgment towards furries. A panda Andy. Merkin, good evening, my friend. It seems like some furry shit to me. No judgments on furry people. Just in time for a pandy. Battle Opossum. Thank you for coming here. Beastars, do you know this anime? Is this a big anime? Is this a respected anime? Give me a verdict on this. So this is some niche furry shit. And here's the thing: is he's not even wanting to audition for the actual show. He's wanting to audition for the production company that does the dubs. And this is something that I wasn't aware of. Now, that actually ups his chances. In a world where beasts of all kinds coexist, a gentle wolf awakens to us. In a world where I'm sorry. In a world where beasts of all kinds coexist, a gentle wolf awakens to his own predatory urges as his school deals with a murder within its midst. A world where beasts of all kinds coexist. A gentle wolf awakens to his own predatory urges as his school deals with a murder within its midst. I have a hard time doing that because, like, I project. So it's not like it's a ripoff. I don't know. That looks a lot more fun. I think I'm more into Zootopia than I am. The animals go to school. The pieces are all coming together now, aren't they, Merkin? We're really getting a look into the psyche of our friend here. If you're just joining us, this was I called him a kid. He was 23 years old. I shouldn't infantilize. Infanticide? No, infantilize. Get the words mixed up sometime. Those are two completely different meanings. Was I doing a bit there, or did I legitimately get confused? I legitimately got confused and thought, like, I need to add that one to the repertoire. That was a good bit. Guys, this show has gone completely off the rails. We have only done one news story. I have taken 2 commercial breaks, and I've only done one news story. This stream is just... And it ain't that I don't have news over here to cover. I promised news, didn't I? And they come back and we start talking about furry shit. I should learn to feel embarrassment. I lied to you guys. I will say the one news story we did do, I'm probably going to put on YouTube. I enjoyed that. That was good shit. I think I did a good job of covering what was going on, and I think I made some funnies along the way. So I think it's going to go on YouTube. Well, let's find out what Kennedy Lied over here is talking about.
Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Russian-installed officials in Kherson say they're bracing for...
I guess Ukraine is what I had on the list next. Fuck it. I do have for you tonight a story about a woman using bees to attack the cops. Please stick around for that. It's a Troll Patrol story if I've ever heard one.
For a major Ukrainian offensive. The Kremlin-backed deputy administrator said, quote, the battle for Kherson will begin in the very near future. Now, at the same time, the new commander in charge of Russia's army in Ukraine said the situation in that region was, quote...
You know, I think Warlord might have updated us on the Kherson, whatever the fucking... I think he said that's already fallen. So this piece was just from like a few hours ago. I think it was from tonight's nightly news on NBC. Trained bee. Those were Hornets, though, weren't they? What was his name? The boss on Metal Gear Solid 3. The Pain? Was that it? The Pain. Or maybe it was bees. Was it bees? God, we're just off the rails again. The pain was born at sometime during the mid-1900s to early 1910s. At an unknown point in time, he was infected with parasites that gave him the ability to secrete pheromones to give him control over insects and receive large amounts of adrenaline in response to pain. Also known as the Hornet Soldier, but apparently he could control all kinds of insects. Thank you. I needed to get some high. The Circle K. Also, I don't know if I can read anymore. Serious news about an offensive, and I didn't pick my nose. It was on the outside of my nose, and I don't know what it was. Maybe a piece of cookie. This is oh shit! What's making its way? I don't even know anymore.
Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Russian-installed officials in Kherson say they're bracing for a major Ukrainian offensive. The Kremlin-backed deputy administrator said, quote, the battle for Kherson will begin in the very near future. Now, at the same time, the new commander in charge of Russia's army in Ukraine said the situation in that region was, quote, tense and difficult. NBC News correspondent...
Never thought I'd live to see the day the Circle K sold weed.
So pro-Russian officials there in Kherson are clearly concerned about this looming battle with Ukrainian forces. We also know they've been evacuating civilians there. Tell us what we've heard from Kyiv about this possible major offensive. Are they confident they're going to be able to retake territory?
They have said from the beginning that this is a major point for them. This city is a major focus. They want to retake the city because for morale, they believe it would be hugely important. The fighting has been fierce in the city of Kherson for months. And one of the issues that Ukraine is going to face is as they try to retake this city, how much damage are they doing when they retake it? The Russians have moved to the other side of the river. They're in these entrenched positions. So it's become this artillery barrage, heavy fighting. The other thing that's happening is the Russian forces are moving the civilians out of the area. It's partly because the strategy of this being fairly obvious. It's hard to liberate a town if there's nobody there when you go in. The Ukrainians call that forcible, obviously moving people. They call it abduction. The Russians call it a humanitarian operation. You get an idea of how each side is trying to tell the story, Savannah.
Oh, absolutely. Cal, another area where Ukrainian forces appear to be pushing is Zaporizhia. The pro-Russian administration there says they repelled an attempt by Ukraine to retake the nuclear power plant. Of course, one of the big concerns we've had for months now. What more can you tell us about that region?
So this is another focal point because of the energy infrastructure, just like here in Kyiv. And we have heard some strikes in just the past sort of 5 minutes that we believe are on energy infrastructure targets. There's one there. I don't know if you heard.
Damn.
The nuclear plant in Zaporizhia is a focal point because what the concern is here amongst the government is that Russia is going to take the power and divert it back into Russia, that they're going to start choking these Ukrainian cities by first cutting the power, then cutting the heat. It's going to be about 20 degrees colder here tomorrow than it is today. It's starting to get very, very cold here. So Zaporizhia is hugely important for Ukrainian forces as the winter approaches.
Cal, you mentioned energy infrastructure. We saw yesterday Russian strikes targeting those energy facilities, as you just mentioned, just heard one now. President Zelensky said 30%, in fact, of Ukraine's power stations have been destroyed in just the last week or so. What's the situation like today, and what does that mean for the availability of power for people there?
It's dynamic. As I talk to you right now, we're hearing the booms, and we know that the target is energy infrastructure. We've seen these power plants be targeted. Sometimes they're hit, sometimes the Russians miss. The unfortunate thing is, if they miss, they usually hit civilian targets. You know, Kyiv is like any other city in the world. You have these power substations in residential neighborhoods, some are industrial neighborhoods, but these drones come in and they set fire to buildings, buildings collapse, and I have a feeling that that's what's unfolding around me right now as I talk to you, as we hear what seems to be the continuation of these strikes.
Absolutely. Cal Perry, please stay safe. Thank you so much for being there for us.
So, also, there's been accusations of Russians using kamikaze drones during their attack on Kyiv.
Russia showing no signs of letting up in its assault on Ukraine, launching another round of strikes, this time leaving parts of the country, including the capital city of Kyiv, in the dark, some residents without running water. President Zelensky saying nearly a third of Ukraine's power stations have been destroyed by Russian attacks in the past week, causing massive blackouts, urging his people to conserve energy. All of this ahead of the brutal winter freeze. One resident telling ABC News, "It's really cold. I'm sleeping in my clothes in my apartment." President Volodymyr.
Was that like a 3-year-old? Or am I just like... That's a kid, right? Like, am I losing my fucking mind? Like, they just interviewed a fucking kid? I believe it's a kid. It's a kid from A Christmas Story.
Apartment. President Volodymyr Zelensky condemning the Russian attacks, calling them terrorism, writing on Twitter, no space left for negotiations with Putin's regime. The mayor of Kyiv calling Putin's rampage genocide.
They want to destroy our critical infrastructure. They do want to kill civilians.
Western intelligence officials believe Iran has been supplying Russia with the drones used in the attacks, resulting in civilian deaths and injuries. The U.S. State Department says the entire world should be worried.
Russia becoming more reliant on a country like Iran, a country known for its destabilizing actions in the region and across the world, should be deeply concerning to the world.
But Ukraine is defiant in their fight. Their forces saying they've shot down 37 of the 43 drones recently launched.
Lenny, good evening. You came just in time for the news.
To help bolster their defense.
We will continue to vigorously enforce all U.S. sanctions on both the Russian and Iranian arms trade, make it harder for Iran to sell these weapons to Russia.
Morgan Norwood, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Serious, took us 2.5 hours to get to the news tonight. Been a wild show. It's been a wild show. The U.S. has busted it looks like a U.S. company for dealing with Russia. U.S. bust network providing technology to Russian military. The Biden administration on Wednesday announced a round of criminal charges and sanctions related to a complicated scheme to procure military technologies from U.S. manufacturers and illegally supply them to Russia for its war in Ukraine. Some of the equipment was recovered on battlefields in Ukraine, the Justice Department said, and other nuclear proliferation technology was intercepted in Latvia before it could be shipped to Russia. Nuclear proliferation technology. I express skepticism towards the U.S. state saying that. However, I was wrong in the early part of the war with Ukraine, or the war with Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I'm trying to accurately describe this. I'm sorry. Roll Tide. Oh, they're all dejected in Alabama this week. Sad I'm not there for it. Oh my God, I moved to Tennessee and they beat Alabama. Well, you fucks should be thanking me. Because you never beat Alabama when I lived down there, bitches. Oh my God. You're welcome, Tennessee. And you thank me by throwing your fucking goalpost in the river. And I think I was doing a good job describing this, and I was thinking about clipping it and putting it on YouTube, and here I go, going off the rails again. The Justice Department charged nearly a dozen people in separate cases in New York and Connecticut, including Russian nationals, accused of purchasing sensitive military technologies from U.S. companies and laundering tens of millions of dollars for wealthy Russian businessmen. Latvians accused of conspiring to smuggle equipment to Russia, and oil brokers for Venezuela accused of working on illicit deals for a Venezuelan state-owned oil company. This involves U.S. interests involving oil, so I'm always goddamn skeptical. And I hate to be that way, and I hate that the government has made me that way. I'm just reporting the news. Just reporting the news to you. Here's another one of these things where I'm going to have to preface this by saying I think it's a fucking book advertisement. I think it's goddamn Bob Woodward hawking a book to us again. It's information that should have been released to the public weeks, months ago. What is up, Aaron Play Bass? Always a book ad. It's always a goddamn book ad. CNN trying to fuck up my ad blockers. Get around, you motherfucker.
I want to turn to a CNN exclusive now. Donald Trump and his inner circle, in their own words. The legendary journalist Bob Woodward is releasing audio of more than 8 hours of his interviews with the former president, plus audio of conversations with several top West Wing aides. It's part of a new audiobook called The Trump Tapes, and it will be published next week. CNN, though, exclusively obtained a copy. It's based on 20 interviews Woodward did with Trump dating back to 2016 through 2020.
The dude is literally riding off of name recognition from Watergate, and that is pathetic. He is so pathetic. So pathetic.
Many of them in his book, included in his great book, Rage. You'll remember back then when Rage was released, we learned stunning revelations about how early Trump knew the dangers of COVID, despite saying differently publicly, including how contagious it was.
And this is another one of those things where fucking...
In this new audiobook, a small sampling of what you will hear.
They've been... Trump and Woodward have been playing this fucking game. Woodward releases a book with all this inside information that Trump told him personally as he was interviewing him over the series of months. Trump comes out, calls Woodward all kinds of names, gives Woodward all kinds of press. They're fucking friends. Woodward goes back, interviews him again. Over the course of months, Woodward releases the book. Trump comes out, calls him all kinds of names, gives him all kinds of press. I'm so tired of it. But am I perpetuating it by playing it? Oh.
Mr. Woodward, the president.
Hi, Bob.
My whole life has been deals. I've done great. Far greater than people understand.
I respect Putin. I think Putin likes me. I think I like him. It's law and order, Bob. Law and order.
Why don't you give me your taxes? Shh. No, seriously.
I said to the king, you gotta pay us for protection. If it weren't for us.
Our CNN special correspondent Jamie Gangel obtained this audio book. Jamie, tell us more.
Well, you're in the room. No surprise, this is Donald Trump unvarnished, profane, blunt. He trashes people he doesn't like. He boasts about himself. And he shares with Woodward documents that you can be sure his national security advisors, their heads were exploding.
Once again,
starting with those now.
He's had these tapes for years now.
Kim Jong-un. You hear him handing them over to Bob Woodward in real time, and listen to what he says.
Nobody else has them, but I want you to treat them with respect. I
understand.
And don't say I gave them to you, okay?
Okay.
But I think it's okay. Normally, I wasn't going to give them to Bob, you know. Would you make a photostat of them or something?
No, I dictated them into a tape recorder.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know which part I like better, that Trump still talks about, the photostat, or that Bob is dictating. But listen.
I hate all of this.
Line. Don't say I gave them to you. Okay. It's a classic example of, as Woodward says in the audiobook, how casual, how dangerous, how cavalier Trump is with classified documents. The audiobook is also a stark reminder, John, right now, as we believe Trump wants to run for president again, about what that White House was like.
Right, that's a critical point in the sense that there are people out there who don't like the former president who say, why do you keep talking about him? Well, because he's planning to run again,
right.
And he could win again. There are Trump supporters out there who say, why do you keep talking about him in this context?
I think he could win again.
Break. But we learned the big damaging headlines back.
I think he could absolutely win the Republican nomination.
COVID, but he publicly said otherwise.
I think he could win the presidency again.
He publicly said otherwise. But in here, you have other pieces that, to your point, give you more context, more insights, more of a personal snapshot of not just the president, but some of his top aides as well.
The worry is that they steal it.
Is also releasing never-before-heard interviews with Trump's then National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, his then deputy, Matt Pottinger. You hear from Trump inner circle in the background, in the room, sort of Trump's court. You hear from Melania, Don Jr., Hope Hicks, Dan Scavino, Senator Lindsey Graham, all in the room.
Some of the worst people in the world.
I think some of the most revealing moments are Trump on Trump. So as an example, this is an exchange when Woodward asks Trump, where do you get your ideas for your speeches?
Did somebody help you?
Yeah, I get people, they come up with ideas, but the ideas are mine, Bob. Mine.
And
Want
then,
to know something? Everything's mine.
Classic Trump. Everything is mine. And look, Trump loves it. You hear this over and over. There are certain words. Everything is cool. He loves it when foreign leaders call him tough. And he never stops boasting about how he took on North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. Listen to this.
People said, he's going to get us into a war. Remember they were screaming?
yes, my nuclear button is bigger than this.
That's right. I said, he talked about the button, right? He said about the button on my desk. I said, my button's bigger than yours and my button works. Yours doesn't. So, stuff like that.
So just finally, John, in the epilogue of the book, I think it's interesting.
All of this, everything, Woodward, CNN's coverage of it, Trump talking to the North Korean, every bit of this is just mind-boggling to me. I'm so stupefied by everything. The world is a clown show. This is what passes for media. Woodward is what passes for literature. Trump is what passes for politics. What the fuck is wrong with the world? I don't want to sound like I'm like an old man yelling at cloud here. Like, no, seriously, what is wrong with the world? Not high enough for this shit. Oh, it was a fresh bowl. It was a fresh bowl. It was such a good hit. Ass-kissing access journalism. I hate access journalism. You are correct. And unfortunately, because of the fragmentation. Because of the fragmentation of media, right-wingers don't need to go on other people's shows. They've got their own echo chamber. I'm done laughing at Trump. Like, my God, I'm laughed out about the stupidity of Trump. I miss the time. It's like David Letterman said, he used to come on, like, I'd laugh at him, Paul would laugh at him, we'd make jokes about his stupid haircut and blah, blah. Fucking, it was fun. Everybody was laughing. We need to cancel Trump emote. Sassy, good evening. Also, good evening to Snicks, who I believe is Sassy on YouTube, but not quite sure. If you are two different people, I will say good evening to both of you. The double dicks dance. Everything is grating on my nerves of just about Trump. I don't want to do the dance again. And it goes back to like some of the best numbers I get on YouTube or even on my podcast. Or like Trump rallies we cover. Like, people can't look away from Trump. And I hate that. And me as a political streamer, my God, fuck, I wish I was doing this back in 2016. How many people rode the Trump wave to relevance? No, I was still looking my nose, looking down. I was looking down on the form of media. I was turning my nose up towards the streaming world and was working at a real radio or real TV station. Well, yeah, that's one of the things that, you know, the Troll Patrol format can never go stale, right? It's always a never-ending car wreck. The pandemic has been hard on all of us. This whole thing. And, like, we're speaking like we're out of it, but we're not. We're in for another wave, and it's probably going to be really deadly exacerbated by the fact that we didn't learn our lesson the last couple of waves. And vaccination booster rates are way down. The booster, as we learned the other day, the coming wave of COVID is the most immune evasive wave of COVID. But the boosters, the current boosters that have been available since September, are the new formulation. They are the like Omicron specific, and they still hold a high efficacy rate for the, I believe it's 2. We have 2 new mutant variants making the rounds. Polio is on the fucking rise. Polio is on the rise. And Uganda has shut down. Am I correct on the right country? Uganda, I believe, has shut down as a result of Ebola. I have not mentioned that story yet. That's probably a story I should cover. Hey, let's do it right now. Why not? Yes, Uganda. Correct. And also, fuck Turner, Discovery, HBO, that whole mess over there. I had friends that worked for them. There's been layoffs. Apparently Cartoon Network isn't going to exist anymore, so just mentioning that as we're talking about CNN and their shitty journalism. I just want to point that out. Fuck you to Discovery, Warner, DC, whatever the fuck that entity is called anymore. Fuck all of you. CDC, confident Ebola outbreak in Uganda can be contained. He said that about monkeypox. Eventually we got around to it, but Ebola is in a different category. Experts say the risk to Americans is low, but healthcare providers have been advised to be aware of symptoms of the illness. Just to summarize for you guys who don't know what Ebola is, it's a really simplistic version of it. This is Justin oversimplifying, but basically you liquefy your guts and shit them out. You don't want Ebola. As no outbreak of Ebola spreads in Uganda, officials from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention remain confident that the virus can be contained. Joe Montgomery, who leads the agency's viral special pathogens branch, recently returned from Uganda, where he met with CDC teams already on the ground and officials from the country's health ministry. As of Tuesday, there had been 60 confirmed cases and 24 deaths in the outbreak, which began last month. I feel confident that, and it's a very high mortality rate. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but like, majority of people die. I feel confident that Uganda can control this, Montgomery said. They've been responding to Ebola outbreaks for years now and are actually quite good at it. That's encouraging. We have a video piece. Let's watch it. I thought, damn you, NBC News and your shitty website. Still better than CNN. Ugandan authorities are struggling to contain an outbreak of Ebola that threatens to overwhelm healthcare resources in some parts of the country. Encouraging and disturbing. Okay, Mox, now that you brought that up, I want to point out another story that I do not have handy for you, but we can look up if you'd like. One of the first responders to Hurricane Ian in Florida has died of one of those brain-eating amoebas that you get from the water. Fucking shit. One of the biggest challenges has been identifying cases of Ebola with sufficient speed because of delays in testing samples. I think that is the thing with like if you catch it very early on, the mortality rate isn't so high.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and this is not our problem.
Another problem is posed by long-standing rituals that keep the dead close to the living, raising the threat of post-mortem transmission.
Here in Africa, especially in Uganda, with so many cultural practices, we love identifying with the dead. And our people love, first of all, to confirm that the person you're burying is their own, but also to do a number of rituals to relate with this dead person. So what we do what we call the community engagement. We sensitize the people and help them appreciate why we cannot allow them to bury these people who die with signs and symptoms, because we believe that's the only way we can be able to minimize the risk of spreading the virus within the family members and the community people at large.
Scary shit. U.S. has routed all travelers from Uganda to one of 5 airports to be screened for symptoms such as fever. It's not a foolproof system, however. It can take up to 21 days before a patient with Ebola starts to show symptoms. That's not good. Still, agency officials and public health experts say the odds of an Ebola patient being in the U.S. are low and trust that the virus could be contained if it arrived on U.S. soil. We know how to control it. We know how to stop it. That's over a decade's experience in dealing with these responses. Here's the thing, though, is I don't have trust in our public health system, mainly because of the strain put on it, because of politics, thanks to right-wingers, and the response to COVID. Well, I'm trying to find the story about the first responder who died. Florida is seeing a spike in deadly bacterial infections after Hurricane Ian, which is not good. I'm not finding the story. I don't think I made it up. I seriously don't think I made it up. Apparently you guys didn't make it up when you told me Circle K gas stations are going to start selling weed. That's a real thing. My fucking shit. As I'm looking for the Florida first responder who was killed by a brain-eating amoeba, I did find the story that Circle K gas stations in Florida will start selling weed. Legitimately. I saw it earlier when I was prepping for the show. But I didn't it didn't really fit into what I was talking about. Like, I'll do that. Like, guys, I try to do a solid rundown of the day's news, but sometimes, and I'll have a story that, like, I'm going to probably put off talking about until tomorrow. Well, I don't believe myself because I just saw the headline, Sassy, so don't believe me. I just said this, why I wanted to verify it. I could have been like, I sometimes misread headlines. I'm not always correct in my interpretation of what the headline said. So that's why I wanted to verify it. But I'm pretty sure I saw that story as I was prepping for the show tonight. And I try to make the show flow into everything, and sometimes shit just kind of sticks out, and I'm like, well, I'll do that. I'll talk about that tomorrow, and we'll do other stories that are in this vein. And like, I'm not bad about falling for propaganda, but once again, it was just a headline I saw, and I do get, you know, has Cicero come through for me? I'm not crazy. This looks like, this is Nebraska. A Nebraska resident is suspected to have died from infection with Naegleria fowleri, commonly referred to as a brain-eating amoeba. It's more common, apparently, than one would think. Because you may have seen stories circulate on social media about, like, puppies. Like, oh, I let my puppy go play in the river, and then it passed away a couple of days later, or a few hours later. And, like, that shit is fucking real. And, like, as somebody who grew up in eastern Kentucky, just, you know, playing in creeks and playing out in the mountains and shit, like, that's some scary shit. It really seems like, you know, nature really wants us dead. I love that. Yeah, people get it from swimming in lakes. Yeah, like in fucking rivers here in Tennessee and Alabama and shit. It is so fucking common. And it freaks me out. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna try to find this video, this Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like, I fucking love this. Not saying that you should, Neil deGrasse Tyson embarrasses himself. Which if you're gonna talk in public enough, you're gonna embarrass yourself. But this is just so fabulously worded. I love this. I love this.
It was just a fast tirade on stupid design, and this will be fast. Look at all the things that just want to kill us, okay? Most planet orbits are unstable. Star formation is completely inefficient. Most places in the universe will kill life instantly. Instantly. The people that say, oh, the forces of nature are just right for life. Excuse me. Just look at the volume of the universe where you can't live. You will die instantly. That's not what I call the Garden of Eden, all right? Galaxy orbits that we orbit once every couple 100 million years, you're bound to come close to a supernova that will wipe out your ozone layer and kill everybody on the surface who doesn't otherwise have dark skin, because your high energy rays will give you skin cancer. We're on a collision course with the Andromeda Galaxy. Gone is this beautiful spiral that we have. And of course, we're on a one-way expanding universe as we wind down to oblivion, as the temperature of the universe asymptotically approaches absolute zero. That's the universe. Then Earth, volcanoes, tsunami just killed, I think that number's higher, up 200,000 people, floods, tornadoes. None of this is any sign that there's a benevolent anything out there. And this 90% should be 99%, as was earlier noted. That's of all life that has ever lived is now extinct.
Are you not a mod, Sitting Cow?
Shooting gallery, comets, asteroids, duck, and look how long it took to make multicellular life.
You've been timed out. Who timed you out?
But not multicellular life. you needed your
Somebody could have done it just for funsies, though.
Oxygen, get the oxygen budget going. Then you could have sort of that's sort of rocket fuel for multicellular creatures. But that took 3.5 billion years. That's hardly an efficient plan with us in mind. And in human beings, this is like the most tragic of them. I don't even include here the expression of free will where people want to kill each other. I'm talking about nature killing us without the help of human beings. Aggressive childhood leukemia, hemophilia, all of this. And we so much praise about the human eye, but anyone who's seen the full breadth of the electromagnetic spectrum will recognize how blind we are. Okay? And part of that blindness means we can't see, we can't detect magnetic fields, ionizing radiation, radon.
I would say, if I had to guess, somebody hit you with like a 10-second as a lulz.
We are like sitting ducks for ionizing radiation. We have to eat constantly because we're warm-blooded. Crocodile eat a chicken a month, it's fine, okay? So we're always looking for food. These gases at the bottom, you can't smell them, taste them, you breathe them in, you're dead, okay? So
you see them.
Done. I'm sorry, I'm taking up your time here. So, and with the birth defects, most are unknown. Look at this. Others, it's like abuse and infection and stuff that human beings have something to do with. We have no idea. Oops, I pushed a button by accident. Sorry.
Those fucking amoebas are scary. What is up, Chainsaw?
And, and birth
That's
defects
what made me think.
They're tragic, particularly if they happen to...
That's what made me think of Neil deGrasse Tyson going off on stupid design, like the world wants you dead, the universe wants you dead, your body is gonna fucking turn on you. If you have lived your life like I have in near perfect health, where like I've never been in the hospital, I've never broke a bone, I've never had to have any kind of surgical intervention, my God, am I lucky to have lived 38 years on this planet and not had anything wrong with me, other than like wisdom teeth, knocked out a front tooth, that's very minor shit. Some babies are born and they're in the hospital a gazillion goddamn times before they're old enough to talk, and it breaks my fucking heart. I don't even know why I'm ranting about this. I don't know what reason what even got us over brain-eating amoebas? Oh, I'm sorry, Lenny. See, surgery gives me the willies. I don't even know what I'm going to do if I'm faced with having to have a surgery because I am so scared about it. I've went over this on the show before. I'm scared to death of my own mortality. It is like what is my greatest fear in life? Dying. I don't like pain either. I've had to say to so many sexual partners, I don't like pain. Please don't hit me. I'm not into the don't slap my ass. Well, okay, but can you slap mine just a little at least? I'll try. Oh shit. Brain-eating amoebas. Gases you can't smell, taste, see, touch. And see, oh my God, Lenny. My mom has had like double knee, double hip. My mom has had like a debilitating disease most of her adult life. I have tested positive for it. I have like the genetic footprint or whatever it is of the rheumatoid arthritis or whatever. Like, I feel it sometimes, I guess, but I think that's more like I work behind a computer for hours upon hours on a day. Pretty much all fucking day I spent behind a computer doing work for my real job, doing this. I'm behind a fucking computer, so I've fucking got carpal tunnel. So in that way, I look at it like this is probably the shit that I feel like I'm playing video games and my hand goes numb. That's probably just fucking carpal tunnel from working behind a computer for years, and I've always done this shit, right? Like I worked at a radio station that's working behind a computer all goddamn day. I worked at a TV station and Other than days when I was on the floor doing cameras and shit, it was working behind a computer, working behind a board. I try to change posture a lot, and you see that I sit up, like I'm not slouched over. I sit up, and I'm usually like up on my chair. I'm sitting over here, like I'm watching my back. I don't want to be humped over. And I specifically put my camera up high enough to where, like, I'm trying to reach to get into the frame to make it look better. Cognizant of all this shit. You're a Holiday Inn. Nothing chilling at the Holiday Inn. It's a decent chair, yes. I've had many a chair over the last few years. Sparkles always used to say I sat in chairs with audacity. Okay, seriously, when we come back, I'm gonna do the news. We got through some of the news. When we come back, we're gonna hear from Biden. He's gonna tell us why he's gonna keep gas prices down. We're gonna talk about the release from the Strategic Reserve. We're gonna go over what the Supreme Court's up to, because we gotta keep an eye on them. They said some funky shit about Brown versus Board of Education. We're going to get an update from the LA City Council. Last night was the Georgia Secretary of State debate. Marjorie Taylor Greene went to some Confederate monuments. And the story I'm most interested about tonight, a woman was accused of using bees, buzz bees, to attack police officers. Woman was using bees to attack police officers. All that and more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol Live. Gwyneth Paltrow is one of the biggest stars on earth. An actress, a singer, an author, an entrepreneur. She is an Academy Award winner and owner of a successful lifestyle brand, albeit with a questionable name. Why then is she stealing her ideas from a barely known comedian from Appalachia? Earlier this year, Paltrow launched her This Candle Smells Like My Vagina product under her Goop brand. There's just one little issue, Miss Paltrow. I came up with the idea for pussy candles back in 2013. It's from my stand-up comedy routine, Pussy in the Morning, where I coined the concept of a vagina-scented perfume I called Eau de Toit. The next line in that routine goes a little something like this.
And that inspired me to create a scented candle, which also looks like a vagina and smells like a turned-on vagina. So you burn it, you get the smell of vagina, and then after it's finished, it looks like a freshly fucked pussy, all floppy and sloppy.
So, since Miss Paltrow is clearly infringing on an idea I had that long predates her product, I would like a cut of that $75 she's charging for her ripped-off cunt candle. Please donate to my legal fund by visiting my Patreon. Show this bougie liberal elitist that she can't steal her ideas from the hardworking people of America's heartland. And I will use the money from that settlement to bring affordable pussy-scented candles to market. Available to all the masses, not just Elton John. Elton John? Why does he like the smell of pussy? So, like, the way I had to cut that bit, so, like, I always use that as a closer. Like, people laugh at it, but it takes them a minute to get it. And because it's my closer, I'm like, I'm Justin Freakin, like, right after that. So I cut it, like, before I said that. And, like, people actually laughed at the joke. But that's the only time I did that joke that it's on, like, that I captured it on something. I've done it many times. But that's the only time I actually captured it on, like, audio or video. That I know of. It might be on some video I didn't go back through. Because I do have several of my sets. Man, one of my sets, and it's up on YouTube. There's a woman in the front row and she's heckling me the entire fucking time, and it's kind of hard for me to do my thing, but also I'm kind of riffing off of her. So it's an interesting watch. Because she's like drunk and like she's not getting what I'm talking about, but she thinks some of the shit that I'm saying is funny the way I'm saying it. She's not laughing at what I'm saying, but she's laughing at some of the phrases I say and the way I say it. You can't hear a picture. Fucking bet. The housemate, Curiouser, she has begged me multiple times. Maynard does that pose. She's begged me to get a shot of Maynard doing that pose and recreate. I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. In a distance, this in a distance, and I'm like, that's super fucking easy. Like, it's super fucking easy to do. So I told her, I was like, well, get me a shot of Maynard doing that. I don't see him as, like, he hangs out with, he's on her bed right now. I said hey to him as I was walking by. He's not really my cat anymore. He eats from there, like, her cat's bowls. She's put out a fourth bowl. There are 3 bowls right here for him. He doesn't come in here and eat. He doesn't come in here and hang out with me. But also to say he's her cat is probably off, because he's probably just a loner. He's his own man out there. He went out the other day, and he went missing. Like, we didn't know where he was at. But I'm like, he's smart. Like, he's gonna come back. And sure enough, if he wasn't, like, when he was ready to come back, he was just sitting at the door, just waiting for me to let him in. I just checked at the door one time, and he was just sitting there. Yep, let him right in. Like, all right, dude, cool. I love that fucking cat. I really do. I don't think he loves me that much. Just saying. Speak of the fucking devil. He ran in here and then ran back out. Wow. A rare Maynard appearance. I guess he knew I was talking about him. He's fucking smart. He's too smart for his own good. Yeah, I mean, he knows his name. Motherfucker is too smart for his own good. Lenny, I'm sorry I didn't get through the news in a timely manner tonight. Check the YouTube tomorrow for the B story. I'm sure I'm going to clip that one. But also have a good night, my friend. And since I might not see you, or since I won't see you at during the closing, go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun when we're at the sack. We'll see you tomorrow, Lenny, my friend. Fucking Maynard. I'm not high enough for this shit. I'd like to see your fingertips, RB. I bet at least 7 of them are just complete calluses. At least 7 of your fingers are just calluses. They're not even fingertips anymore. You could probably not even identify them if the feds were like to take your fingerprints. I am positive that RB has some amazing fucking stories. I would say, I mentioned earlier that I was president of the Young Republicans in high school. One of the things that really got me on the path to questioning, I certainly wasn't there yet, but one of the things that got me on my path to get me questioning was I met a guy. I was doing this DJ gig. I was a mobile DJ my senior year of high school. And I was like hired out. Like I worked for a company and they subcontracted me out to another company. But I get there and the dude that ran that company was just doing everything. So I didn't even know why, like, I needed to be there, but I got paid for it. And it was a wedding. It was a wedding party. Oh, God. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on? Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on? Let me check and make sure I got settings right. Could be. You with us, caller? Is this the feds? Are you tracking me? I'm hold on. I might not. Nope. I appear to have everything hooked up right. So, caller, we are unfortunately unable to hear you. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm actually calling back in again. It's me again, by the way.
Who? It's me again, Margaret.
It's the guy
Margaret.
Earlier. It's the guy you debated earlier.
Damn.
Same person.
I wouldn't call that a debate.
Yeah, same guy. I wanted to call in and say that, and apologize and say that I wasn't doing a very good job at listening to you earlier.
I was yelling at you.
And, well, I know you weren't. I just think that we got a little too heated, and wanted to call back and say maybe I do have some things that maybe I need to listen to a little bit more before. There are definitely things that I likely don't know about the industry, and there are a lot of things I probably got wrong in the debate. I think
we didn't debate. There was no debate.
There was no debate?
No.
All right. Well, I just wanted to call in and
I appreciate that. I appreciate the donations greatly. Thank you.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think maybe I didn't come across well. Maybe I came across too strong and too I know everything. I do have ideas. Maybe the next time, if there ever is a time, I could try to explain my ideas and my thoughts about the issue instead of saying this is how it should be, this is how it is. I think that's kind of where I came across as too strong. There are definitely things that you probably know more than I do. I've thought about it for the last hour since I called in, and I wanted to apologize and say that I'll give you the win on the discussion we had earlier.
It was not about a win or anything. If you want to be a voiceover artist for anime, I gave you the perfect starting off point. Do you have a microphone? Do you own a microphone?
I don't. I use my dad's, so I actually borrow my dad's when I do voiceover work for other stuff. I work for another voice acting company that's independent, and I do some work for them.
That's awesome.
So I use my dad's.
Well, the first thing you need to do is get you a good mic set up. Now, when we were on Discord, your phone sounds kind of shitty. Do you want to hop back over on Discord? Can you do that real fast? Or is that just, like, complicated?
Actually, I'm actually talking to you through my computer right now. I'm using a computer call-in through my microphone. So I'm using actually the same mic.
Let's hop back on Discord. You sound much better on Discord. Let's go over there, okay?
All right. All right, that should work better.
See, boom. Oh, see, that mic sounds good. You can do some work with that. We can work with that. Okay, so what I want you to do is create a Fiverr account. You know what Fiverr is?
Yes. Heard of it.
Go create a Fiverr account, and you're going to be able to create gigs, is what it's called. And you can put up like, hey, voiceover artist for hire. I do this. I would recommend going and looking at some people's jobs that they have listed already and kind of modeling, what you do after them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then once you've created your account, you got all that stuff set up, you can go up and you can get like buyer requests, and it'll have people like, hey, I need a voiceover for it. And there's like video games. There's, little small projects. There's big projects. There's all kinds of stuff. Now you're gonna have to hustle. If you're just starting out, you have to build a reputation, right? So you're gonna have to. You get like 10 jobs you can apply for a day on there. So you're gonna have to spend all 10 every day. Every time it re-ups, man, get back on there and apply for more stuff. But if you keep at it, you'll get a portfolio of work, you'll build a reputation, you'll get a name. And that's how you get jobs like what you're wanting. You can't just go in there and be like, hey, let me audition for this, because that's not how it works for anything. That's not like if I wanted to work at the local TV station down here, I've got to have a body of work to prove to them. They don't just take anybody.
I guess the point I was trying to make, maybe it's not unions that are the issue.
It's not, because unions are wonderful, man, and that's why I get so upset when people attack them.
My point is, there's a lot of people out there, because I look back. I mean, I'm just gonna kind of go back to what I was saying about the music industry earlier. You look back, there's a lot of people out there that that are really talented, that know how to do a lot of things, but because of how hard it is to just get your name out there, back in the day with the music industry, they used to find people in bars, they used to find people everywhere, and they used to get them signed to record deals. Nowadays, it's a lot harder to do. That's one of the reasons we have things like Bandcamp and streaming. And I guess my take is I think voice acting could become something like that, where individuals can run their own business.
Yeah, you can. I just described to you how you do it.
All right.
You're not ahead of the curve on this.
All right. Well, I appreciate the information.
Now, okay. So here's the thing: is also like, dude, there are like voice. One of the reasons why I have been successful at being able to freelance and do this kind of thing is because voice acting isn't all I do. I do motion graphics, and I do I'm very multifaceted. And a lot of people just do voiceovers, and that's not as easy to sell, right? It's like you got to be incredibly good. You got to have an incredibly good voice. You got to know how to put the right processing on your voice. It's a very competitive market. I would say it's of the things that I do. That's voiceover is what I apply for the least because it's got the most people that I'm competing against.
Well, I also would believe it's because you don't get paid. You likely don't get paid very much for it, but that's what I've heard from other people. I've heard that the pay for doing voiceover work is very, very poor. This is one of the things that maybe I got backwards because I originally
not if you work for a union.
So I know someone who does voice acting.
I hate no. I hate that. I know someone that blah blah blah. I don't like anecdotes.
Okay.
I know because once again I know people that work for the union, so.
I'm not going to ask
Nashville.
you because I don't want.
I know people in both. Well, you wouldn't know who they are because they work for the production union. They're behind the scenes people. That's what I do.
They're not the voice actors themselves. They're just people who work for the union.
I know a voice actor. I had a voice actor as one of my co-hosts the other day. But I mean, like, what's your point? He also doesn't just do voice acting. You have to be like, this business is incredibly cutthroat. Anything based on talent is insanely cutthroat. You're trying to like jump the line here. And you seem upset that you can't jump the line.
Well, the thing is, I was looking at it this way. I mean, I don't think someone like me is able to get, for one, like a big role in a big show right off the bat. I don't think it's possible. But my thought is, I don't see why it would be a problem for someone to say who would like to try out for that to be able to just audition for it. Not like they're going to get the role. Like, I don't think someone should just be able to automatically get a role, but I don't think it should be a problem for, say, a company to listen to maybe if there's someone who say, hey, I would like to try out for, maybe it's not a big role, maybe it's, say, a background character for a big show, like a character that's really small or like only a few lines, to say, hey, there's someone who's not in a union, who's smaller, does some things here and there, who would like to try out for it. Like, what's the problem with letting that person say, hey, I would like to try my voice out. If it's not good, don't use it. If it's good, do use it. Is kind of what I'm...
That happens. That happens. If they do that, they go to Fiverr, and that's what I'm telling you. When they need just a small part, and they just need somebody to cut something real fast, they're not auditioning people. They're going to like Fiverr and being like, hey, here, do this for us for X amount of dollars.
And Fiverr is a job app? Or?
Yes, it's a job board.
Okay, find for freelance service. Okay, that makes sense. I feel like I've used this before to find hire musicians. It's been
the other one. Also, are you chewing gum right now?
Yes, I am. I chew gum all the time.
Yeah, don't ever do that while you're behind a microphone.
Addicted to gum chewing.
You don't ever fucking do that when you're behind a microphone.
Oh, I don't.
You're doing it right now.
I don't do that.
You're doing it right now.
I mean, when I'm actually recording something, I don't. When I'm recording something, I don't.
Fucking bitch, you better be treating my shows as more important than your little fucking recordings.
Okay, come on.
Come the fuck on, you're annoying the shit out of me with that.
I do.
You're trying to sell me on your voiceover here.
I mean, so far, the most I've done has been not chewing gum anymore. Just took it out because you mentioned it. So now in the gum
Yeah,
is
it's annoying as shit.
the voice acting.
Yeah, dude.
A lot of what I've done has been for very small, like independent projects. One of them was for a radio thing that just one guy did, and most of it's real small. But if you want to hear like, when it comes to actual like podcast, like, for me, I do podcasts on YouTube and Gab. Like I do anime reviews. So like when
that ain't gonna pay the bills, dude. That ain't gonna build a reputation. Well, maybe you can go viral, but I mean that's a crapshoot. I mean you're respectable. Like, you got like 4,000 subscribers.
Went viral on Gab, but
whatever.
Five, and I only got that much money, that many subscribers for making YTPs, which I don't do anymore because that community is awful, and I could go into a lot of reasons why another day. But
I'm sure you're
I don't
part of a
want
lot
to. I
of
don't want to do that anymore. But
I mean, so you got a solid base.
Dark sides, but yeah, we'll see.
and then what? Like, it sounds like what you're really wanting to do is do character work. So I definitely encourage you to focus on Amazon Creators Exchange, because they'll have books. They'll have audiobooks, and you can do different characters and shit. So when I go and audition for it, I have a news person's voice, right? So like I deliver the news. I know what I'm good at. When I audition for audiobooks, I do nonfiction stuff. I do self-help. I do a lot of religious stuff. I think it's hilarious that I have done both gay erotic porn and I've done like religious books about Jesus. And I find that hilarious that my voice is out there on both those things.
Yeah, for me, I try to pick characters that have a nasal to their voice, because I have kind of a nasal, more.
Oh, I know you do.
Not solid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're going to have far more options on characters to do. That is, if you really want to do voiceover work for anime, the thing I want you to focus on is Amazon Creators Exchange. It's same as Twitch is owned by Amazon. It's Amazon Prime, all that bullshit. But go create your account on that, and there's a gazillion goddamn books on there. I'm serious. Like, it was like 1,500 last time I checked. I do boring ass shit about like economics or history books and shit. That. But they've got a lot of fiction, but you're not going to make any money doing it. Don't expect to make any money doing this. You gotta hustle, dude. You gotta hustle, especially when you're in a business where your talent is what you're selling. My God, because people want to pay you in exposure.
All right. Well, I'll definitely look into it. I appreciate the advice. I really just wanted to call in and say I had my head up my rear end earlier, and just wanted to
Can we work on your politics now? Because that's what I'm here. Like, that's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to like give you media coaching. I'm here to talk about politics. Can we work on how your politics are dumb? Like with unions. I showed you where union people make 10% or more. I don't even remember what the story was. I think I posted it last night. But it was 10 to 15% more than non-unionized workers have way better benefits. Don't you want that?
All right. I do want that. My only concern is and I don't think it happens all the time. I guess unions in of themselves aren't bad. I think there's a lot of good things that unions can do, but the concern is when a union becomes too powerful, because sometimes if a union gets too big, they could become the big, powerful superpower that they're trying to prevent the businesses from becoming.
Where did you hear that opinion?
Well, it happened in my state of Wisconsin. Earlier in 2011, 2010, we had a teachers union that became too powerful and was preventing
what do you mean?
Not doing their job from being fired. So our governor stepped and didn't
Scott Walker is a horrible person, okay? Why should have the... Okay, first of all, I'm very, very skeptical of a conservative saying a teacher should be fired, because usually it's insane bullshit you guys want to fire teachers for.
Well, nowadays I'd agree. Back then, the issues...
No, Republicans were batshit crazy back then. I've lived through this shit. You were what, fucking 11 back then?
It's been 13, but I only heard about it later when I started actually voting, because I was voting for Scott Walker in the 2016 election originally, then it went to Rubio, because I have my issues with the school system. I think right now our education system is messed up. I don't know all the details about the teachers union. All I heard is they became too powerful. And
where did you hear these things? Where are you getting your information?
Most of this came from my parents and some of the people who work in our school, which is a very conservative school, I should say. My special ed teacher was one of them. Gave me the information about it. So
you're hearing about shit secondhand from people that are hearing about it on... Are they Fox News consumers, Rush Limbaugh consumers, Daily Wire? Do you know Wisconsin... That's a problem. You know that studies have been done that show that people that consume Fox News actually get dumber, right? And that's not saying CNN or MSNBC are good. Like, all three of those news outlets are worse than consuming no news at all. Studies have proven this. So I'm not taking up, but like Fox was the worst of all three of them. So I'm not taking up for any cable news outlet.
Talk radio.
And talk radio is nothing but a cesspool of the worst people alive.
Mark Levin?
Mark Levin is absolutely one of the worst people alive.
I've actually been on his show.
Mark Levin is paid by people who have an interest in privatizing schools. That's why you hear them push school choice and vouchers and shit like that. What they want is the government to give them handouts for their private endeavors. It's a scam.
So when it comes to the education system, I want to ask you a general question. Do you think that parents should have a choice in where their kids have an education?
They do.
And do you think that education is a right in this country or a privilege?
Right.
So why shouldn't...
I don't understand this right or privilege fucking thing. What?
Because this is what's going on in my state of Wisconsin. This is what the Republican governor candidate Tim Michels is actually pushing.
Hold on, like you're making an argument that's not true. You have the right to homeschool your kids. You have the right to send your kids to a private school. You don't have the right to have other taxpayers pay for it.
And why can't we do that? I mean, taxpayers have paid for...
I don't want my tax dollars to go fund some religious goddamn nut job. I want my tax dollars to provide a quality education. I don't want my tax dollars going to a church-affiliated school that's going to discriminate against the LGBTQ community. I don't want my tax dollars going to that bullshit. It violates the First Amendment.
I'll give you...
So I want to properly fund public schools. The problem with public schools...
Quality education, though.
The problem with public... Dude, here's what you don't understand, is that schools that are in rich areas do very well. And they do better than private schools. Schools that are in underfunded inner cities... do way worse. It's a matter of funding schools. The problem is that in this country we fund schools by property taxes. So rich areas have nice schools and a lot of resources, and poor areas get fucked.
Can I speak for
it? It is literally that simple.
I'm not against funding public schools. My thing is, I'm asking, is the public school system that we currently have quality education? And I'm not talking about what they teach. I'm talking about when it comes to standardized tests, when it comes to the way that students...
I just said...
Special ed system, I mean...
I just said, and like, yes, schools are lacking in special ed. I don't think subcontracting that out to fucking churches is going to fix that problem at all. So that's a stupid fucking argument.
That's not what I'm saying. I think that our entire education system should be overhauled and changed and fixed, not in what they teach, but in a way where we actually take care of each student individually. Because right now, like, so say you have a small reading average.
The only way you can take care of students individually is to have the only way you can take care of students individually, what you were asking for is a better fucking, correct me, chat, about what it's called, like the teacher to student ratio. And to cut that down, you have to hire more teachers. You have to have more funding. And as I said earlier, the schools that are in rich areas do better than private schools. It's literally just a matter of properly funding education.
And the other thing I was gonna say.
And do you know who fights for? Do you know who fights for a lower student to teacher ratio? Unions.
Who?
Unions.
I wanted to talk about something else about the education system. The other thing I don't like about our current education system is the way that classes are laid out. Because I think when a student gets to a certain point in school, they should have control over their education. And one of the reasons I didn't go.
I'm stopping you right there. That sounds fucking stupid.
Again, what I'm saying is, so for me, the thing that I wanted to go into originally when I was in school was music. So say I wanted to go to school for music, whether it be in high school, one-to-one stuff for music, and that was my career goal. So why should someone who, say, is going into music or voiceover work or something in this field take a class such as biology or be required?
So you're not fucking stupid.
Which has nothing to do.
So you're not fucking stupid.
No, I'm not.
No, that's why you take those classes. So you're not fucking stupid.
So shouldn't we be investing in the kids to do what they actually want their careers to be, rather than having them take a bunch of required classes, do standardized tests, go through all these... I'm sick and tired of the standardized testing. I'm sick and tired of some of the leftover stuff that we got from No Child Left Behind, which was signed by George W. Bush, who I think is an awful president. I mean,
dude, you're just spouting off nonsense you've heard on AM talk radio. I need you to dial it the fuck back and forget everything all those stupid motherfuckers have told you. Come in with an open mind and not have such a biased position.
Okay.
Why would you not want to know the basics about things? If you're going to be out here and you're going to be voting and we're going to have to deal with issues like Roe v. Wade, shouldn't you know some basic biology?
I mean, yeah, basic biology. I mean, we learn a lot of this stuff in elementary school and middle school. I'm talking about when we get to, like, the area of, like, college and late high school, when we're starting to figure out...
You've never been to college, so how would you know anything about the way college is laid out?
There's a reason I'm not.
Because you've been listening to talk radio Republicans that want to keep you stupid, because that's how they stay in business. Because if you go to college and you actually learn critical thinking skills, you won't fall for their bullshit.
I mean, the other reason I don't go to college is because I can't.
You're still fucking chewing gum. Oh my god, dude. I can't anymore.
Okay.
Fuck, man.
Good gum, though.
Fuck. Oh my god. Well, here's a problem. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Okay.
Why do I have to take a biology class? Why do I gotta take some pre-cal or geometry? Oh my god. College is hard to justify at the current cost. I'll give you that, Mox. I mean, I totally went to college knowing I ain't never paying back this shit. It is insurmountable. I did. Yeah, you can go to community college. You can get your 2-year associate's degree in Tennessee for free. That is really cool. And they've tried to expand that on the federal level. There's been a couple of bills to do that. Yeah, the fucked up thing is turning them into a capitalistic enterprise, making them have to compete for their students. But oh, you can get 4 years now? Yeah, I haven't lived in Tennessee in a while. Wow, that is awesome. Go Tennessee. I don't say that very often. You still shouldn't throw your fucking goalposts in the river. Where do those goalposts live? They're in a van down by the river. Man, DM, dude. Why you gotta have such strong opinions on things you know nothing about? You're gonna come in here and tell me what Michael Levin, is that it? Mike Levin? Yeah. That's the bald one, right? Am I right on that one? I've listened to him, like, he's the one that got the voice that's like this, and he is like a Christian national. Oh, not him. Mark Levin. Yeah, thank you, City Cow. Mark Levin. Yeah, this dude. So, back when I was in college, I would get the head shop across from the college I went to. They would always be playing like Mark Levin at like noon or 3 o'clock or whatever it was whenever I had to go over there, whatever time party came on. Like, this dude's a fucking moron. And I guarantee you, like, I don't know specifically who funds him, but it's all in that right-wing machine. The Mercers, the DeVos family, the Koch Foundation. It's all the same. Dumb motherfuckers. And they're running a grift on you. I know it's odd for me to be a political commentator or want to be political commentator. I don't even think I reached the heights of political commentator just yet. Maybe one day. Wish upon a star and I'll be a real boy. But don't get your opinions from political commentators. None of them. Just not a fucking one of them. Don't listen to any of them. Where is my Rush Limbaugh? Did I take him? I didn't take him away. Come on. Oh man. Oh there it is.
As a conservative, it's getting harder and harder to not look like a kook.
You all are fucking kooks. I don't want anybody to take what I say as fucking gospel on here. I don't want anybody to form their opinions because of what they're seeing here on this show. But that's another thing. I had a friend tell me, like, hey, I get my news from you now. I'm like, that made me step up my game in the quality of the news on this show. Because if I'm going to be your only fucking news source, then I feel a very, I feel an obligation to do a fucking good job about it. Tim Pool, Charlie Kirk, a lot of the right-wing commentators, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, they're all fucking lazy. And they do reaction content and shit. Yeah, I react to the news, but I actually put the news together in a way that tells a story and tells, you know, what is going on in the world. And I'll react to news pieces and shit. But I feel like you come away learning something. You're more informed. But it's not anything that I fucking did. I'm just relaying messages. I'm an aggregate of what I hope are reputable sources. And if I'm not reading from a reputable source, I try to make that clear. And I try to acknowledge when, like, hey, this is a right-wing rag. This is a partisan outlet. This might be U.S. imperialism, so let's go over here and read from Al Jazeera and see what they're fucking doing. Meanwhile, fucking people like Tim Pool get fucking 5 million views on a video just for ranting about the dumbest goddamn thing that took him 5 minutes to maybe read on the internet or on Twitter. It's fucked up. This is the world we live in. And I'm happy to bear that goddamn cross. I'm ranting again. Well, I promised you guys news. Jesus. Oh, this has been the hardest one to get through. I have so much work to do. I was going to try to be off early tonight. And I bet Battle Opossum was wanting to play Mortal Kombat with me, and that's why he popped in. I swear to God, news is coming. Biden says he's going to get gas prices down for us.
President Biden announced the release of 15 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
We're going to continue to stabilize markets and decrease the prices at a time.
I've seen right-wing assholes attack him for that.
Cause such volatility.
The White House says the move is meant to act as a wartime bridge to increase oil supplies while the U.S. ramps up domestic production to replace the oil lost to the war in Ukraine.
We're producing 12 million barrels of oil per day. And by the end of this year, we will be producing 1 million barrels a day, more than
we don't want no yesterday's news.
Took office.
The oil producer nations that make up
we want our news fresh and clean.
OPEC Plus announced a major production cut 2 weeks ago. President Biden urged Saudi Arabia not to take that step, but it did anyway.
The choices made by other countries are affecting the price of gas here at home. That's why I've been acting so aggressively.
This move by the administration to bring down prices at the pump comes just 3 weeks ahead of the midterm elections, and Republicans have been hammering Democrats over inflation.
That rising energy price that people see at the pump, that they see in the utility bills, that our farmers see when they're paying more for diesel, that was the direct result of policies enacted by Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and supported 100% by Tim Ryan.
In the latest CBS News poll,
so?
65% of registered voters said the economy is getting worse, and 45%.
Tones, I understand feeling bad for Biden, but, like, at least he's not Liz Truss. At least he's not Liz Truss.
Come on, man.
I mean, I really feel sorry for her. My God. And Biden, quite possibly by the time 2024 rolls around, the economy might be in better shape. Or we might be in a deep recession. Who knows? It's hard to predict at this point.
5% of those surveyed said President Biden is responsible for the economic conditions. Skyler Henry, CBS News, the White House.
I mean, it's kind of encouraging that it's only half that think he's responsible. Totally responsible. Let's move over to the Supreme Court, where they are being asked to rule on
A Wisconsin group is
student
asking
loan
the
forgiveness.
Supreme Court to block President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program.
This is the Brown County Taxpayers Association that filed the request for the court to step in on an emergency basis, temporarily blocking the program from taking effect. Now, they claim it violates the separation of powers by encroaching on Congress's exclusive spending power. Now, the group did file its request to Justice Amy Coney Barrett. This after a federal judge dismissed its case and an appeals court refused that emergency request for a pause. Applications for student loan forgiveness officially opened on Monday.
Oh, no, not distracting at all. I love it too. I love it too, Sassy. Emote away. I love doing it in other people's streams. But I'm very pro emote. I dropped the link for the student aid forgiveness in the chat. I said I was going to do it earlier and I totally forgot. My apologies, but it is in the chat right now. Go check out the student loan relief. If you have student loans, do go get you some forgiveness. It is an opt-in program. It will not automatically occur, so you need to go opt into it, even though the Republicans are going to challenge it. I need to pack another one. I might even have to grind some up. I owe you a hit because I definitely need a hit. I am definitely not high enough for this shit. This isn't a video. I was hoping it was a video. I could just fucking no, that's not the God damn it, USA Today. Supreme Court affirmative action cases spark heated debate over the meaning of Brown versus the Board of Education. The landmark 1954 decision held that racial segregation in public schools was unconstitutional. Does it also stand for the principle that the Constitution requires color blindness? Oh, God damn it, I can't read the whole thing here either. Well, know that the Republicans had some weird fucking arguments concerning Brown v. Board of Education. It's hard telling what is going to come out of this ruling.
The meeting.
Move over to LA, where I believe they have a new city council president. I don't fucking know who it is. Are they facing an outcry to resign too? Jesus. This was the day. Let me just making sure. Like, this isn't an old story, right?
May be virtual, but the outcry to resign is still real. Dozens of angry Angelinos are calling into the city council meeting to demand Gil Cedillo and
RB, that clip you're talking about, I actually saw that. And I was like, I think we did that already, didn't we? And I tried to go find the original clip because I found like the Young Turks did the story and like maybe Pac-Man, I don't know who it was did the story, and I saw the thumbnails. And I was like, I think I already did that, didn't I? And I think I did. I think we played that clip when it happened, and I don't think it happened today. But I also might be wrong on that, and I just couldn't find the original clip, and I didn't try that hard. Because I was interested. I was interested in that very topic, because always, I love Katie Porter. But I don't think Congress is in session. I think they're campaigning right now. I don't think Congress is in session right now. But sometimes they do meet. They have virtual hearings or shit. But I think in the clip she's sitting in D.C. But no, I think they're on recess and they're campaigning right now. And that's why we're not watching clips from congressional hearings. Well, I mean, it fucked with me too, because I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, well, I want to look at this. And I'm like, I think I played this. But it was odd to me that I saw it in more than one outlet, that I saw it in TYT and I saw it somewhere else. I'm like, well, it must have just happened. But like also repurposed content. That is a strategy that any SEO person would tell you. Is like content that does well, repurpose it. And you see fucking right-wingers post the same shit every goddamn day. Whereas like I'm posting like my news clips and then I'm done with that story. I'm moving on to the next shit I'm producing. I fucking love Katie Porter. You know this. I was really conflicted. You'll notice that we didn't cover any congressional debates. And the reason why was because the debates that mattered were with people that nobody knew who I didn't know who the fuck any of the candidates were. In the swing district debates, nobody knew who, like, the candidates with name value were in pretty safe districts, like Katie Porter. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't in, maybe Katie Porter just posted it today. Or yesterday. But I want to say we watched this live. Or I mean not live, but you know, like when it fucking happened.
This chart.
So yeah, it could be they just ran with it because Katie posted it.
During the pandemic, the dark blue is the recent period.
It would be corporate profits.
And what is that percentage?
It is 54%, and that number does stay that level of high if you update that number to more recent numbers as well.
So over half.
And this is a conversation I had online with somebody. Because I kept saying they're facing record profits, and he's like, inflation, they're doing worse than what they were. I'm like, no, inflation is built into their operating costs. I'm saying record profit. Do you know what profit means?
Half of the increased prices people are paying are coming from increases in corporate profits.
Yes, the unit price index is reflected in corporate profits as opposed to other costs.
And how does that compare to historically to other periods of inflation or over other periods of economic time?
As reflected there and in other analysis, it is significantly higher in this recovery. 11.5%.
And what is it today?
53%.
So I want to make sure everyone in America understands this chart. What is a unit labor cost?
The cost, wages and an associated work cost.
So we could just wages. What is a non-labor input cost?
A variety of things, including maintenance and investments.
Okay, so I have to buy the stuff to make the widget. I have to have a factory. I have to keep the lights on. I have to hire someone to make the widget. That's this stuff.
I think it happened a couple months ago, because I think I played the clip here on the show. I think she just reposted it, and that's what, like, TYT, and they're like, oh, this is a Katie Porter clip. This is an awesome clip. But I think we covered it when it happened. And it might not have been, like, Katie might not have posted it. I might have got it off of, you know, some other site. Because I think they're campaigning right now. I think Katie Porter is in her district. I don't think Congress is in session. But I also might be wrong on that. But I feel like if Congress is in session, we would have watched some clips from congressional hearings. Because that's what we do here. And since none of the sources I always go to had any clips from congressional hearings, I'm pretty sure they're all their districts campaigning, because we're like less than a month away from the election. Oh, wait a minute. We were doing in the had to check when this happened. Okay, so this is today. This is current news, because the outcry to resign thing is fucking with me. The city of LA is in about the same kind of situation the country of Britain is in right now. Absolute total free. Hold on, I gotta take a Twitch goddamn commercial. Well, LA City Council on the other side of the break. You know what's up.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
This is WWE superstar and multiple-time champion Seth Rollins. Seth is one of the top wrestlers in the industry, and never in a million years would I expect that Seth would be spying on me, or at least following me on social media. You see, a few years ago, around 2015 or 2016, Seth started referring to himself as
Seth freaking Rollins.
Now, Justin, you may say, your name is Justin Freakin. That's not very similar. And you'd be right. But I actually rebranded myself as Justin Freakin after Rollins blatantly stole my gimmick. Before last year, I went by
Justin Freakin Mullins. Justin Freakin Mullins.
Justin freaking Mullins.
I am on film and audio, calling myself Justin Freakin Mullins several years before Seth Rollins. And if we take a trip in the Wayback Machine, we can see that I've actually been using the appellative since I was in high school. If this was Seth's only offense, I might let it slide. But recently he started referring to himself as
The Monday Night Messiah.
I wonder where I have heard something like that before.
I am the new media messiah.
I am the new media messiah.
Self-proclaimed new media messiah.
The new media messiah.
So, Seth, since you and the WWE are clearly paying attention to me, consider this video your cease and desist to stop infringing on my intellectual property, and issue me a check for a cut of that sweet merchandise money. Obviously, you and the WWE are big fans of my ideas, so maybe you should offer me a slot on the creative team. Anyone who has watched Raw in the past decade knows you could use the help. And if you're watching this video and you're not Seth Rollins, check out the links below to learn how you can contribute to my legal fund.
Now we turn to YouTuber Justin Freakin. The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture. Uncensored and unfiltered political talk and debate from a leftist perspective. The day's top news stories and videos with astute social commentary.
If not high enough for this shit.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Right-wingers are morons.
You brought back the wrong kind of fucking cake, you idiot.
Guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to Justin Freakin.
Yet you're like, we'll pray for somebody. You think you can telepathically communicate with a deity, and you have the audacity to say somebody else has a mental disorder. For the love of God. This meme, your fresh meme, it's a little too close to home for me. It's happened to me numerous times. I don't want to jinx it, but I haven't been banned on Facebook in an incredibly long time, but I behave. I've learned one of the things that you have to do is if you want to call somebody a dumb fuck, you got to be like vague about it, right? You can't actually like tag them and say, you are a dumb fuck. That's targeted harassment. But if you tag them and explain why they're wrong, and then you do another comment and you don't tag them and you're like, it's a shame Facebook doesn't let me call people dumb fucks anymore, then you can get away with it. Or only a dumb fuck would believe. Yeah, you gotta be creative. You gotta be creative. I'm dealing with some real assholes around here. But you can't tag them. You can't tag them. I owe a weed hit, and I still haven't even packed this motherfucker. Maybe I don't have to grind some. Maybe there's just some in the grinder. Chainsaw, my man. Do I need to? I've thought about teaching it. That's one of the things. Like, if I go back to school for my MFA, I want to teach a class. I want to teach, like, the intro-level video class. I think I would be so good. And, like, I've even thought about in my head, like, I would have a watch list. So, like, every week we'd watch, like, a classic movie. And we come in and talk about it and shit. I fucking love that. I'm really good at, like, explaining how cameras work. And I myself am very good with the editing process. So I can show you how to take your footage and put it on a computer and make magic at it. Like, I'm really good at taking shit and making magic out of shit. That's one of the things that, like, my clients can give me very minimal things, and I'll, like, throw back magic at them. One dude just gave me, like, 4 pictures of shoes he was selling. I don't even know if ETSU was an Adobe certified campus. We know the certifications that I could get. Merkin, I actually was on the radio for many years, and once upon a time was able to control my profanities very well. Now I shudder to think what would happen if I was offered a job on terrestrial radio, if I could even take it. We were Avid certified. That's what I could get a certification in. I didn't actually get a certification then. I should have, but I was, at the time, I was good, but I'm not what I am now, and I was scared to death of Avid. I'm really good with it now. I am so I'm good with any fucking software you put in front of me. Daily. Oh, okay. So Sassy, the partnership they have with Adobe is like one of the professors. I remember this happening right after I graduated. One of the professors has he has a seat on the board at Adobe. Yes, we did do Front Strikes the other day, but that's something I'm gonna have to keep checking in on. We did that last night. I take care of you guys. That's why you got to tune in for the whole show. And if you miss, other than shows where I ramble for 2 hours and we don't actually do the news, I need to work on doing a concise show of the news, and then we can do banter afterwards. That's one of those I'm going to have to keep checking in on, though. The Iranian protests. We need to check back in on the Iranian protests. But hell, I'm having a hard time getting through this list tonight. I want to get to the woman that attacked the cops with the bees. Cat grandmas? What? And Chainsaw, the school being the St. Louis school being radioactive, I cut the audio for that on Saturday. A lot of times I do those freaking newses in bulk, or at least I'll do the voiceovers for them and then put them together. I'll have to put I'll have to put tomorrow. Like, I think tomorrow's is about I think tomorrow's is about how we grew human brains on rat parts. And I think I was gonna use what's in your head, in your head. I cracked myself up. My favorite this week has been Dr. Oz, and I used Gucci Man's, it was the Dr. Oz drinking his own piss, and I used Gucci Man's mouthful of golds. Cracked myself up on this shit. And that one was like just as soon as I saw the thing about Dr. Oz drinking his own piss, that was like I'd cut all my freaking newses for the week, but I'm like, well, that's one that's going up tonight. And I got right up and was like, Dr. Oz drank his own piss. And then the picture I made for it. My thumbnail game, guys, my thumbnail game. I photoshopped the piss cup into his hand. I'm killing it on thumbnails, guys. I'm killing it on thumbnails. The cannibalistic woman, that's her actual mugshot. So it says it in the story, she was acting like a wolf. She was naked on top of the woman, bit her ear off, acting like a wolf. You hurt Kanye's feelings. The Texas Pete one. I put the North Carolina flag over the Texas. But like afterwards, after I did it, I was like, man, I should have put like a Duke Blue Devil or something as the mascot. That would have been funny. I like how everyone laugh at Ron Johnson. Oh, this one cracks me up. I went and got a real porn picture and blurred it out. Fucking Clarence Thomas. He don't like Prince. Oh shit! This one is one of my best performing ones. The family of 5 sentence for role in insurrection. Like I tiled it, the family that insurrections together. Like I'm killing it on my thumbnails. The pastor that says it's okay to murder if God told you to. I called Dana Loesch mommy. I'm not even attracted to her. Please don't think that this is. I did it for the lulz. I'm not into like any kind of like mommy dom situation. Please don't think that of me. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I ain't sitting over here getting diapered by anybody. Not that I'm judging you if you do. But she's totally not my type. Totally not my type. Lizzo should eat Matt Walsh. That's the clip where we just watched Lizzo eat a burrito. Oh, fucking shit. Is she asking for a litter box in her jail cell? No, RB. Oh, RB. So Dr. Oz with the pin, like, I didn't do the piss drinking story. I'm sorry. I did it on the freaking news, but I didn't do it on the Troll Patrol. The Dr. Oz drinking his he said they made you do it in medical school. Yes, I'm sorry, Sitting Cow. Gucci Mane. Gucci Mane. I didn't say it right. I apologize. And I had this whole rant the other day. And thank the graphic designer gave me props on the thumbnails. I love you. That makes me feel so good. And that really was what, like, my thumbnails are hard to read. My thumbnails aren't appealing. I've really tried to take note of other people's thumbnails and take from them and kind of, do my own style. Because PhD at Trump University, apparently he's a good doctor. I've been told, like, once upon a time he was a well-respected doctor. This is pre-TV quackery. I was told he was. I might be wrong on that, but I've like, this is anecdotal. I've heard somebody say that once upon a time he was a respected doctor. Yes, your feedback helped a lot, and also I changed my avatar on YouTube and Twitch and shit, and it's such a minor change, but I think it fucking stands out so much more. Like, it pops. I'm learning tricks about the graphic design. And that's what DM, if you're still watching, that's what you never stop learning. I'm always bookmarking fucking videos about how to, like, I consider myself like an After Effects expert now. And I'm still bookmarking how to do, like, these different fucking techniques and shit. I'm constantly there's this dude that does, I think it's Pixel Perfect is the name of the channel, does, like, Photoshop fucking tutorials. Love that dude. I've spent hours watching him. I need to go give him some fucking money. I need to go throw that dude fucking $10, $20 at least. After Effects kicked my ass for years and years and years. It took years. PH Learn? Ooh, I'll check them out. And I might have seen them and just not remembered the name of the channel. I got a lot of that shit bookmarked. Because, like, I'll just sit here and eat dinner and watch fucking different techniques. Because, like, a lot of the videos, I'm going to know what they're doing. But there may be one specific trick, like, oh shit, I didn't know I could do that. And it opens up a whole world of possibilities. And that's the thing about, like, Flurn. Ah, neat. So, and hey, if you're on a budget, I'll let you know that you can get the Adobe Suite at a discounted rate if you use a college email. Just throwing that out there. I forgot what I was going to say. But, like, when I'm telling people that are wanting to get into, like, Photoshop or something, like, with Photoshop, you have to learn, it's learning techniques and learning how you apply those techniques. And you can accomplish something in Photoshop 25 different ways. And it's which way is the most efficient to do it, and you learn different. So you have to start off learning, just doing different simple things, and you learn techniques on how to do this, and you learn this different technique, and you get to a point to where once you've learned so many techniques, you've hit the learning curve, and you're on the other side, and you get how it works. And then from that point on, you can kind of, like, even if you don't know what a specific tool does, it's very easy to figure out what it does because you've got kind of the hang of everything else. My God, maybe I should do fucking media tutorials on here. I've honestly thought about doing broadcaster reacts to different, like, local news stations, like their whole newscast. Doing, like, Kitchen Nightmares, but I'm breaking down their broadcasting. I'd love it if they let me go into their fucking studio. One time, a TV station I worked for, Way 31, I went in and on their goddamn fuse box, they had a styrofoam cup to catch rainwater from their roof leak on their fuse box. That's the kind of shit you just can't get from watching them from watching them on YouTube. And the program director told me that the main reason that he hired me was because I walked into their studio and I wasn't fucking, how did he put it? Like, I wasn't awestruck. Like, I wasn't like, and I'm like, I've been in studios for fucking years. What the fuck? Like, I'm at home here. I'm more at home here than I am anywhere else. I'm more at home talking to you people over a microphone than I am in any social interaction. Oh, I fucking love Pro Tools. And I would, if it wasn't for the fact that just Audition is integrated into everything I do in Adobe, because I subscribe to the Adobe suite, I would use Pro Tools. But Adobe has adopted a couple of the things that Pro Tools used to be able to do well, there's so many other people on OBS. Like, I was watching. You guys are my ride or dies here, so like, I've been trying to make major improvements, if you haven't noticed, of the thumbnails and everything, because I'm trying to fucking actually, make some headway. And what I'm doing's working. Over the last month. Like, things are going well, and I think you guys see that, because you see there's more activity in here. But one of the things that I think is holding me back is the design of this, the whole Facebook design. I did this to be a Facebook show. That was the original concept. So you won't be able to see it, but this actually comes from an overlay of Facebook, right? So it fits my Facebook perfectly. You can see that. So I could scroll the news sites, but it was meant to lay over. This was meant to lay over my actual Facebook page and shit. But I had to like switch gears and everything because I kept getting banned on Facebook. So it couldn't be a Facebook live show, so it ended up being on YouTube and Twitch and blah, blah, blah. Better off for it, Great. But this look is holding me back. And I've been experimenting with some different things, and that comes to the OBS. Like, there were things that I wanted to be able to do that OBS didn't let me do, and I was really upset that I didn't have those. So I had to go watch some people giving tips on OBS and learn what the name of the plugins were to be able to do the tricks that I wanted to be able to do. And I've done it. I have the plugins now, and I can do all kinds of new shit. Another thing that's holding me back, and the reason why my OBS crashed, is because this is incredibly fucking... I have built onto this an incredibly complicated fucking piece of media. Oh, you don't... It doesn't look professional? Well, I mean, like, it's gonna look more clean. I have sent Warlord some pictures and gotten feedback. I'm not ready to show you guys. I think it's just gonna be sprung on you, and it might be sprung on you sooner than you might think. But it reflects more of like the clean look of the thumbnails. And far better use of the area, I think. But I think I've gotten to where I'm into. The one thing I do miss is, or I will miss, is that this kind of sets me off. I don't look like other Twitch streamers. I look a little more like other Twitch streamers this way, but just because you almost stole my look. It's busy. Like, I was seeing a girl, and she was a little old-fashioned, and like, she didn't have, she had a smartphone. She was on like dating apps and shit. That's how I met her. But she watched things on VHS. It is bright. It is, and that's one of the things that when I did a switch and kind of dimmed the colors. It is bright. It's another thing that I've gotten feedback on and have corrected. That it's too bright. It's really, and I mean I meant to do a lot of this. Come on. But when somebody, like, especially like I've got a gigantic ass television. Putting it up on the television and watching it is like, wow, this is a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit going on. It distracts your eyes. People with anxiety probably get anxiety. And that was the lady that I was seeing at one point in time. I showed her the show and she went, whoa, what is going on here? So that was feedback I took to heart. But the one thing I'm kind of upset about is, like, I really like having the space to do the Christmas shit and the Thanksgiving shit. And my plan was to launch new graphics on 420. Because as you know, that's the anniversary show and everything. Oh yeah, RB. I tell that to my clients. If they're working in Pro Tools, they can give me an OF or an OMF file, and I can give it like I fucking read it perfectly between audition and shit. I want to get a new cam. I actually bought a new camera. This is my second camera I bought. Yes, thank you, Sassy. I like the pumpkin a lot too. And this is the best looking one. You know, this is 3 years in a row I've had the same pumpkin, but this is the one that looks the best. And I like the fucking, like, nighttime sky with the full moon in the background. I really like it because I was going to use the, fuck it, we're fucking around here. I was going to use the same graphics this year for Thanksgiving and Christmas. But I think we're ditching that, possibly. Just because, like, I'm really making a push right now. Where is, trying to find my Christmas graphic. I like my Christmas graphics so much. Did I already make, I might have already made a change to them. Am I looking in the wrong place? Yep. This is like the last thing I did. This is what I came up with for, I already had things planned out. I don't think I'm going to use it anymore. I like the Christmas graphics. Apparently I worked on the Thanksgiving graphics too. I think that's new. I think I didn't do that last year. I think it was something completely different last year. I think the pumpkins were new for this year. But I think we're ditching it. You don't even get the turkey with the troll hair this year. So I wanted, like, since I did new ones and everything, I wanted to show off. Chainsaw Man, I just migrated over. I just migrated over to Teespring. I've got so many other things on my plate right now. That's why I told you I might hit you up later. That's not it's a process. Thank you, RB. I try. I just wanted to show them off since they might not get used now. Oh. I don't have to change anything back. It's this one. I love me some, and here's the thing is, like, my Christmas video is so fucking cool. I love the countdown intro. I love the Christmas video, but like Warlord pointed this out to me. First time I played it, he's like, my God, that's bright. And it is, because it's like a snowy field. Don't make me play, don't make me show you guys. Hold on. What? Oh, it's gonna take me a while to find it again. Oh, here we go. It's so cool, but yeah, I bet that is blinding every single one of you right now. But I even made the snow and everything. It's beautiful. Oh my god, it warms the cockles of my heart. Oh, and even the snake has a Santa hat on. I even forgot I did that. Oh, that's so cute. So then we get to the
Live with Justin.
We've got jazzy music. The snow keeps going. But I mean, that's gotta go because this is gonna blind everybody and it's gonna turn new people off. I'm gonna keep the music though. That's nice. I like it. That makes you want to have some hot chocolate. Put on your favorite Christmas music. This is awesome. Dig it. Oh my god, what did I do? I did the wrong thing. I did. Oh, I fucked everything up. What the fuck did I do? Hold on. That should be the... I might have saved over my video. Did I do the wrong thing? I couldn't have saved over it. It played earlier. There has to be a how. There it is. God damn it. Love the red viscous liquid. For those of you who haven't seen the countdown, you even get some Dan Crenshaw eye hole in here. Yeah. There's that eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, sir. You get Trump's head floating by. You get Nancy Pelosi. That's the scariest thing in all this. Nancy Pelosi. Or Nancy Trollosi, if you will. I promised you guys news. God damn. Producer Dave is sitting over there on the intellectual Dollar Tree like, Justin hasn't rated us yet? What the fuck is going on? They're having a party over there. All right. LA City Council, outcry to resign, deja vu. It's the same thing that's going on in UK is going on with the LA City Council.
The outcry to resign is still real. Dozens of angry Angelinos are calling into the city council meeting to demand Gil Cedillo and Kevin De Leon step down. Hello and welcome to KCAL9 News at noon and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson.
Okay, so those are the remaining two city council people that were involved in the racist audio that was leaked about a week ago. It's already cost the city council president her seat. She is gone.
Well, the council is doing its best to move on with running the city, but today's meeting has once again been flooded with public comments from people still outraged over the racist comments caught on a recording. KCAL9's Jeff Nguyen is live at LA City Hall, where the protesters are still calling for the resignations. Jeff.
So, Amy, earlier demonstrators put up this yellow crime scene tape because they wanted to go inside during that meeting that you mentioned. When they got to the door, they were met by LAPD, who locked them out. And for a second day in a row, both Gil Cedillo and Kevin De Leon were no-shows during the new era of the city council with new president Paul Krikorian.
Didn't even show their faces.
LAPD locked the main door at LA City Hall as protesters chanted for the resignation of council members Gil Cedillo and Kevin De Leon, following a leaked recording containing racist comments.
We're calling on any city council member that's The demonstrators are not allowed to go inside for a second day in a row because the city council meeting is being held virtually due to concerns. The group put up yellow crime scene tape as a symbol.
This is a crime scene. I think folks recognize that something atrocious has happened in city council through the leaked recording of Nuri Martinez, Gil Cedillo, and Kevin De Leon. They've exhibited clear anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity, and homophobia.
Today's meeting went straight to public comments in which Cedillo and De Leon were the focus. The vast majority of speakers used their time to condemn the pair.
Kevin De Leon and Gil Cedillo, the time to resign is now. The business community, your residents, and your own colleagues have spoken.
Okay, I'm asking Kevin De Leon not to resign. Of course, it's up to him. But he has done a great job, and his real voters in his district respect him.
So that council meeting is still going on right now. The next one is on Friday. The demonstrators say they plan to protest again here on Friday unless those two council members resign. For now, we are live in downtown Los Angeles. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL 9 News.
All right, Jeff, thank you.
I will say that the CBS station, we've watched several of their news hits on this. They've done a fantastic job of reporting on this story. So my hat's off to them. I know we bash the local news a lot. Let's go quickly to Georgia, where last night they had a Secretary of State debate.
Our exclusive 11 Alive Survey USA poll shows 18% of voters are still not decided in terms of who they'll vote for the Secretary of State. All candidates participated in a debate just yesterday.
18% undecided.
To explain how an election from 2 years ago could influence who wins now.
2020 still being discussed in 2022. While trying to go forward in this election, Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger went backwards, reminding his opponents he stood up against false election claims.
We've been pushing back on election deniers since the election of 2018. So 2020 was not our first rodeo.
But Libertarian Ted Metz, also referencing the 2020 presidential race, questioned Raffensperger on election integrity, alluding to what he called obvious corruption.
I'm probably the only candidate on the stage that would end these election shenanigans.
A surveillance video from 2021 came into question, with Democrat State Rep B. Nguyen calling out Raffensperger's office over why no one's been charged for a breach in Coffee County's election offices by two operatives working with a Trump attorney.
Yes.
This is about public trust, and the Secretary of State's office mishandled that investigation.
I believe that what happened in Coffee County will have a thorough investigation, and people that broke the law should be held accountable.
Nguyen not letting up on Raffensperger, saying Georgia's election law, SB 202, born out of the 2020 controversy, makes it difficult for voters and election workers. The law in part allows any voter an unlimited number of challenges.
Dustin, good evening, by the way. I don't think I've shouted you out.
Thousands of challenges.
And many of these challenges have been rejected because they do not have probable cause. Here we are taking critical election resources and addressing an issue that should not be the law of the land.
Raffensperger says he supports reforming the mass challenges provision and added early voting numbers refute notions the law suppresses votes.
We had 131,000 people show up to vote, almost double what we had for the gubernatorial race 4 years ago.
In the end, Raffensperger is proud of his record. Nguyen believes she'll do better with voting rights and laws, and Metz still embraces some 2020 election claims. In Atlanta, Hope Ford, 11 Alive News.
Wait. I thought this was a libertarian dude. Usually libertarians are telling Republicans to shut the fuck up about the 2020 election. Are you saying he's a conspiracy theorist as well? In that regard, I expect libertarians to be conspiracy theories about some shit. Just usually they're telling Republicans to shut up about 2020. And hey, RB, it doesn't surprise me that LA would have like some of the best reporting in the nation because like it's the biggest market. I think it's the biggest market. It's either number one or number two. It's either New York or LA. I think LA is number one. So like it does not surprise me at all that they would have like some of the best reporting in the country. I think my Thanksgiving graphics are peeking out from under the Halloween graphics a little bit there. Kind of shit pisses me off. What does the lurk do? Somebody program that to do something. For Paul Dano? Oh shit, Squid! Good evening, my friend. Rated in with 12 trolls who are not high enough for this shit. Squid, I need to get up with you. You are one of the people I need to have come in and be Hazemaker 420. Love your fucking name. We're gonna smoke to that one. Was that Ludicrous Dragon? Spacey Gracie. Thank you guys. Thank you for being a freaking follower. If you're friends of Squid, you are totally friends of mine. Squid, I want to have you on, as we've been doing rotating guest co-hosts on the Friday night show, and usually I'm not on this late. But we've been doing rotating guest hosts on the Friday night comedy show, and I want you to come on and be a co-host sometime. I will get up with you. We've got co-hosts for the next like fucking 4 weeks, but man, I need to put you on the rotation. I want to have you on. If you are new here, my name is Justin FREAKIN. I do a nightly news rundown. I come from the world of real broadcasting. I'll tell you stories about working in real broadcasting, radio and television. I turned my nose up to streaming for a very long time and kind of just got into the game a couple years ago. Wish that I hadn't have waited so long, because man, this is a lot of fucking fun. This is the pinnacle of broadcasting right here, to be able to interact with an audience and say whatever the fuck I want. Well, within terms of service. I respect terms of service, Twitchy. But I do a nightly news rundown. I take my expertise doing news on the radio and bring you a pretty good summation of what is going on in the world and react to the different news stories of the day with a focus on electoral politics, criminal justice reform, and workers' rights. Around these parts, we believe that right-wingers are morons. And if you would like a summation of my political leanings, I can sum up my beliefs with one simple phrase. I would give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, sir. Some of you that just followed probably just unfollowed. I'm sorry if I offended your senses. If you're sticking around, great to have you. We're going to continue on with the news. Good evening! Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're going to keep it in Georgia. We're going to move over to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who apparently tried to honor the Confederacy and failed spectacularly. Let me see if I can find the original story on LGBTQ Nation. Admittedly, a biased source. I was going over earlier. We'll go Daily Beast. How if we're reading from a biased source, I try to make sure that you are aware of biases. Marjorie Taylor Greene tries to take a stand for Confederate soldiers using a monument to Union troops. I don't read the stories before I read them on here with you guys, so that was my first time hearing exactly why this was newsworthy. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to make a show of herself standing up for Confederate soldiers and our nation's history on Tuesday night, but failed spectacularly and instead revealed her own confusion about the Civil War. The MAGA representative visited the Wilder Brigade Monument in Georgia to claim, like, motherfucker, you throw a rock in Georgia and you're going to hit a Confederate monument, and she's so goddamn stupid. She found like the one Union monument in Georgia. But despite Greene's apparent rush to pay her respects to what she believed was a Confederate monument, the monument actually pays tribute to Union troops that battled the Confederates. The Union Army's John T. Wilder Unit, later nicknamed the Lightning Brigade, took the fight to Confederate troops during the Civil War. A Green spokesperson didn't return the Daily Beast. I bet they didn't. Request for comment. The MAGA-loving lawmaker, beloved within Trump world, later edited the Truth Social Post, which originally read, "Tonight, I'm going to have to look and see what your name is. I don't want to fuck it up. Bono Nano Chano. Did I get that correctly? Thank you for being a freaking follower. Did I get that correctly? Is that grammatically correct? Did I get that correct? Did I nail that one? So the monuments that are meant to help remember our heritage fail to help us remember. It's almost like a textbook would do a better job of that. The post originally read, "Tonight I stopped at the Wilder Monument in Chickamauga, Georgia," and I apologize to Georgians for fucking that up. I'm right next to you. And sound in each one. And sound. And it's Spano Nano Chano. But not... What is it? That reminds me of the, and also, like, usually I do a really well put together news show, but we have been just completely off the rails tonight. Not great, not terrible. Not great, not terrible. Not terrible at all. Marcus Flowers is apparently closer in the polls than one would expect, but still probably going to lose. So there's her post on Truth Social, which I'm sure is just full of truth. I'm going to go ahead and hit the content warning on this one because, as I said, we like to do stories that are a lot of fun, and we do indeed have a cop story that's a lot of fun tonight. Apparently, a woman used bees to try to attack the police, which sounds fucking base to me. But before that, we're going to have to watch some appalling video. A cop was charged by the feds. Or do we have poll numbers? Let me see if I can find them real fast. I think I just saw a headline that said Flowers is remarkably close to Green or something. And a Journal-Constitution. You got some polling numbers for us? Because with these congressional races, it's kind of hard to get a sense of what is going on. I looked up I think it's a likely leans Republican district. Or it may be full-on Republican district. Murder Hornets would have been cool. Indeed. All right. I fucking cried last night. It's a R plus 28 district, but also she's incredibly stupid. So that's why I wouldn't doubt that Marcus Flowers is overperforming. But also that's a lot to overcome. That is a hell of a lot to overcome. I need to watch Spinal Tap. I had an ex-girlfriend and it even ended a little messy. But she months later called me and was like, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know that you really need to watch Spinal Tap. You would love that movie." I have it. I just haven't gotten around to it. All right. I cried during the cop story we had to watch last night. Sorry if I blubber again tonight. Cop was charged by the feds for stomping on a handcuffed black man's face. Wow, I'm amazed we got some spam in here. This is the first time we've had spam in a very long time. Usually YouTube is really good at weeding that out, or Streambot, or whatever the fuck is going on. Have I got a mod over there on YouTube? Probably, maybe, somebody. Let me intro this again in case I want to clip it for YouTube. A cop was charged by the feds for stomping on a handcuffed black man's face. Body cam footage shows the moment that Indianapolis Sergeant Eric Huxley, whose bare legs can be seen, prepares to stomp on the face of Jermaine Vaughn.
No, nobody cares what you're saying.
No, Karen, nobody cares what you do either. Not really. You understand that?
Yeah, I'm not the one out here complaining.
No, that was the thing. Nobody cares what you do anymore.
I know, nobody's out here.
Oh, really? We'll change that.
You understand that?
Lean back.
Nobody cares what you do anymore.
Lean back.
How the fuck am I gonna lean back with the fucking you hold my belt?
Look, you're not gonna do this, right? We're not gonna do this, right? Stop. You're done.
I would just like to point out that
You're done.
talking shit to the cops is 100% your constitutional rights.
I can't. Roll over.
I can't.
You're done. There you go. You're done. There you go. There you go. Police brutality. Just line him up. There you go. Police brutality.
Are you harassing Restream Bot? Usually that's RB's job.
There you go. Didn't resist.
Oh, we've got cell phone footage too. Here's the attack. He just got his feelings hurt.
We're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Are we done now? Roll over. You're done.
I can't.
Roll over.
I can't.
I can't. You're on top of him, dude.
You're done. There you go. There you go. Done.
This is bullshit.
Just line him up. There you go. Police brutality.
So one of the cops has been charged. Apparently, is the one who stomped him. I kind of think the first cop that actually threw him down, I think he's far more egregious. Department of Justice officials announced Wednesday that Huxley, 44, had been charged with one count of deprivation of rights under color of law while using a dangerous weapon and resulting in bodily injury. He could face up to 10 years in prison if convicted. Attorneys for Huxley did not immediately respond to a request for comment. In addition to the federal charge, Huxley is also facing 2 state felony charges over the incident: official misconduct and battery with moderate bodily injury. That case is still proceeding through court. Taylor suspended the 14-year veteran of the department without pay and recommended to the department's Civilian Police Merit Board that Huxley be fired. The other cop was more egregious. I don't know what to think about this story. I kind of think we're rooting for the gun range in this one. A Customs and Border Protection officer is now dead after a shooting at a Florida gun range. ACAB means him too. A United States Customs and Border Protection officer is dead after a shooting at a gun range in Miami Wednesday morning. Investigators said the the CBP officer was shot while working on duty at the agency's weapons range. Interesting. Investigators said the CBP officer was shot while working on duty at the agency. I just said that. I'm sorry. Shortly before 10:30 a.m., officers of both the Miami-Dade and Muskogee police departments responded to the Trail Grades range located, we don't need to know that, for reports of a shooting and learned an officer had been shot. Details regarding what led to the shooting were not immediately available. Well, that's what we want to know. That's what we're here for. That's the juicy shit. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue responded and flew the officer to the nearest trauma center, where authorities said he died of his injuries. You want to see some coppers cry? His identity has not been released at this time, but officials told reporters in a news conference that the officer was assigned to Miami International Airport working as a firearms instructor. The Miami-Dade Police Department's Homicide Bureau is investigating. Something fishy's going on there. This is a story I wanted to highlight. I don't know the details.
Good afternoon. This is your News 4 Now update. I'm Kay Ingram. And first, we start with devastating images out of East Orange, New Jersey, where firefighters are trying to figure out what sparked a large fire that destroyed four homes.
It wasn't the fire. It was the missing Princeton student I was interested in.
We're getting up for work and school. News 4's Gabi Acevedo is in East Orange with the latest.
We'll watch some fire video, sure.
Aftermath. There were no injuries. The home where the fire started around 4 a.m. was vacant, but
good, lucky.
Spread to 3 other neighboring houses where families had to be evacuated for safety. Chopper 4 was over the area as firefighters battled to put the fire under control, which they eventually did 2 hours after the initial call. Neighbors here in Amherst Street tell me they heard screaming and loud noises.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
Looked out their windows, they saw a huge fire, and they were concerned about embers flying all over the street and landing on their property. The flames destroyed the houses next to the vacant one. A total of 12 residents have been displaced and are now getting help from the Red Cross. We spoke with neighbors who live just across the street from the destroyed houses, and again, they had to wake up in a haste. A total of 80 firefighters responded to the scene, including emergency crews from
Cal. Good luck.
Bloomfield, Orange, and Montclair. At this hour, the cause of the fire still remains under investigation. Reporting from East Orange, Gabi Acevedo, News 4, New York.
Thanks, Gabi. And this next one is breaking right now. A search.
This is what I came for.
Student who police say has been missing since Friday. Her name is Miss Ratch Unite, and she's a 20-year-old undergrad. She was last seen around 3 a.m. Friday morning in the vicinity of Scully Hall. She's slated to graduate in 2024. Her college newspaper, the Daily Princetonian, says she lives at Scully Hall and hasn't been in contact with family or friends for several days. All right, now on to new video out of Queens. That's where a 60-year-old man was robbed while walking under a scaffolding. It happened in Holliswood just before 7 at night on Hillside.
Well, you're gonna rob somebody.
Police say 4 people pushed the man to the ground before going through his pockets and taking his iPhone. He did have a few scrapes and bruises.
That's all you're gonna don't beat the fuck out of somebody for an iPhone. Jesus Christ, kids. Come the fuck on. If you're gonna commit a crime, do it in style. Do it where some hillbilly in Tennessee on his stream gives you mad props for using bees to attack the cops.
Of unleashing a swarm of bees on sheriff's deputies.
It is such a wild story. They say she was actually trying to stop an eviction. WBZ's Paula Eben joins us now. Paula, some of the officers, though, were actually hurt on scene.
They were.
Good. And the fucking news station is WBZ. Life is serendipitous sometimes, isn't it? The fucking news station is WBZ. I want the body cam video of the bee attack.
A Hadley woman is accused of unleashing a swarm of bees on sheriff's deputies.
It is such a wild story. They say she was actually trying to stop an eviction. WBZ's Paula Eben joins us now. Paula, some of the officers, though, were actually hurt on scene.
They were.
Deputies. Okay, the woman using bees to attack cops to stop an eviction. Could she be any more based? Ma'am, will you marry me if you're not already married? If you're into it, like we can be in a polycule or something. I don't care. I live in sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I'm in love with you. Don't know what you look like, but whatever. Like you have my heart, ma'am. What a fucking story. And of course, the news agency, which is WBZ, is going to take the side of the cops.
Say this is unlike anything they've ever seen before. On October 12th, sheriff's deputies say this was a week ago. They were trying to enforce an eviction in Longmeadow when 55-year-old Rory Susan Woods pulled up. They say she got out of her car, walked back to a group of what police called manufactured beehives that she was towing behind her SUV. Deputies say when Woods began opening the lids to release the bees, they tried to stop her. That's when she allegedly began smashing the lids and flipped a hive off the trailer, causing the bees to become very agitated and aggressive and began stinging officers and bystanders. Well, deputies say Woods then put on a beekeeper suit and carried a tower of bees near the front door of the home in an attempt to stop the eviction. So Woods was arrested on the scene. She is now facing charges, including, David and Lisa, 4 counts of assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon.
Can we have a GoFundMe? I will totally donate to this woman's bail fund. It's not just buzzing around. Oh. And mad props to WBZ. What? Ironic that that's their name, and this is the story that we get from them. Mad props to WBZ, who is a local news station that made 0 bee puns. How many times have we watched local news stations and just all they do is make puns throughout the story? They reported this straight. I give them an A. Perhaps this should be a new show I'm going to do on YouTube. Broadcaster Reacts. I give them an A for reporting this story. No bad B puns. Bravo, WBZ. And that counts as your animal video for the night. Did I really? Yeah, I did. I'm not gonna give you the cuddlies. That's your animal video. If you're watching on Twitch, we're gonna go say hey to producer Dave. It might not even be the intellectual Dollar Tree anymore. It might already be the night Twitch is the right Twitch. So my apologies. Usually Justin Freakin is on at 8 p.m. Eastern. I give you the news rundown Sunday through Thursday. Friday nights, it's 10 p.m. Eastern. We do the Friday Night Freak Show. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol. Head on over, producer Dave, at Echoplex Media. See you tomorrow night.